especially the sport of track and field.
Welcome to the 2024 Tabor College Invite Track Meet. We will be here on the live stream throughout the meet. Welcome to the 2024 Tabor College Invite Track Meet. We will be here live with the live stream throughout the track meet today. So thank you for joining us. Testing.
Oh no.
We have started the 4x800 meter relay here at the Tabor College Invite Track Meet for 2024. We have two teams racing. We have Bethel College and Sterling College, with Bethel College currently taking the lead. We had a false start or a callback to start the race. We are underway in the second lap of the first leg. For the live stream today, we will have a couple people joining us and giving commentary. I'm Toby Penner, and I'll be joined by Pierce Clausen. Pierce, just introduce yourself and let us know how many years you ran and all that.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be here. Ran at Tabor for 4 years and miss it a lot. Super glad to be here and watch all these awesome people race and just commentate that.
I echo your comment that it's a privilege to be here, just to be able to watch the meet and kind of give the people at home or on the go some insight into what's going on the track today. We are finishing up the first leg of the women's 4x8. We had about a 2:28 split on the first leg of the 4x8 for Bethel College. They're starting the second leg. Sterling coming in for the handoff. It's about a 2:41 split on the first leg. Only 2 teams in this women's 4x8. We will have 3 teams in the men's 4x8. And that event will be followed by the men's 110-meter hurdles. While this 4x8 100-meter relay is going, we will give you a few event updates from the field events that went earlier today. And we will be going through each of the running events on a rolling schedule today, but the field events, some of them are still ongoing, mostly with the throws events. Some are completed, so we're going to try to give you some of those results as we go through the meet today. For the women's high jump, in first place was Brooke Hawkins of Hutch Community College at 1.60 m. That's 5'3". In second place, Jordan Lowry of Tabor, also at 1.60 m, 5'3". In third place, a tie for third, Grace Connor of Kansas Wesleyan and Jada Perez of Friends University, both at 1.55 m. That's 5'1". In fifth place, Liberty Lyman of Hutch Community College at 1.50 m. In sixth, Gabriella Milan.
Results from the women's discus.
At 1.50 m.
In eighth place with a throw of 107 feet 6 inches from Hutchinson, Haley Burke. In seventh place with a throw of 108 feet 2 inches from Hutchinson, Emily Schweitzer. In sixth place with a throw of 108 feet 7 inches from Friends, Abby Green. In fifth place with a throw of 109 feet 1 inch from Cali College, Sierra Gray.
Here comes Sterling.
In fourth place with a throw of 109 feet 6 inches from Sterling, Aliyah McClanahan.
They're coming in to hand off to the third leg.
In third place with a throw of 109 feet 11 inches from Hutchinson, Chanel
Just a comment
Chandler.
on the weather today. It's,
in second place with a throw of 111 feet 9 inches from Hutchinson, Jenna Kupker.
It is pretty chilly. It's about 40
And the winner of the women's discus with a throw of 115 feet 4 inches from Tabor College, Andalyn Johnson. Congratulations, Andalyn.
He said that it should run fast, so looking forward to that.
As anybody who's been around Tabor track knows, when Alan Hinscher says it's going to run fast, it usually turns out that way. So hopefully that's the case today. Hopefully we see some good times, some personal bests, maybe some national qualifying marks. We will keep you updated on any notable marks that come through in the results. Bethel coming through on the first lap of the third leg. They've built about a 200-meter lead now on the second team in the race, Sterling College. Bethel came in with a seed time of 10:03. That's about everybody at a 2:30 or 2:31 sprint, which is a good time. They'll be looking to improve on that.
It's also really interesting to see these teams running.
Results from the men's javelin.
The relays at this point.
In 8th place with a throw of 148 feet 6 inches from Hutchinson, Noah Ragoza. In 7th place with a throw of 155 feet 9 inches from Cali College, Julian Washington. In 6th place with a throw of 160 feet,
Bethel coming around
Zach
the turn.
Kuntz.
They're going to be
in 5th place with a throw of 163 feet 6 inches
anchor leg
from Tabor, Chase
coming
Nash.
in at about
In 4th place with a throw of 172 feet 6 inches from Bethany,
37
Lucas.
seconds.
In 3rd place with a throw of 173 feet 11 inches
So they're
from
behind
Hutchinson,
their pace of
Jack
10:03 at the moment. We'll see how that
In
goes
2nd
with their
place
anchor leg.
with a throw of 188 feet 7 inches from Bethany, Court Sjorgen. And the winner of the men's
And
javelin with a
next
throw
coming
of
up will be the
201
men's
feet
4x800
3 inches
meter relay.
from Cali College, Nafiu Muhammad.
Bethel men's relays
Congratulations, Nafiu.
coming up in the next race, and a team from Garden City Community College. So we'll have 3 teams racing in the men's 4x8 coming up. We can also bring you some results from the men's high jump event that jumped off earlier today. In first play, we'll start at 8th with Daniel Blunt of Ottawa, 1m72. 7th, Cedric Wilson, freshman from Sterling College, jumping 1m77. In 6th, from Garden City Community College, Edwin Rodriguez, 1m82. In 5th, Joe Greaves of Oklahoma Panhandle, 187. In 4th, from Hutch Community College, Tyreek Roland at 1m87. Victor Morfin coming in 3rd from Cali College at 187. 2nd, Aaron Platt from Friends at 187. And in 1st, Vance Shuey, All-American from Tabor College, jumping 1m97. Congratulations, Vance.
Here comes Bethel with about 250 meters left in the race.
With 200 to go, they're at 9:40, 9:41. Doesn't appear that they will meet their seed time of 10:03. We'll see how fast she can kick in this last 150 meters. Sterling College in 2nd place, just crossing the finish line with 1 lap to go. And here comes Bethel College, finishing the race at 10:18:19. Time will be about 10:24. Be good enough for first place today at the Tabor College
men's 110 meter hurdles. First call, men's 110 meter hurdles.
Next on the track will be the men's 4x800 meter relay, followed by the men's 110 meter hurdles, which will be immediately followed by the women's 100 meter hurdles. Sterling College coming around the turn. They'll be finishing out their 4x800 meter relay. Clock at 11:30, 11:31, with about 50 meters to go. The Sterling 4x8 did not come in with a seed time, so their time will be at around 11:42. Final results of the 4x800 meter women's relay. In first was Bethel College at 10:24. In second was Sterling College at 11:42.
Interesting to see two Bethel teams in a 4x8. It's hard to find a team that with 8 guys willing to run 800 meters.
That's true. Pierce, you've had a lot of experience running 4x800 meter relays. Obviously an exciting race as we get started here. What's been your experience running the 4x8? Obviously you've run a lot of them. Just what's the race like, and what can we expect here?
First call, women's 100 meter hurdles. First call, women's 100 meter hurdles.
I got the privilege of being able to run the first leg last year, and then the year before that I was usually third leg, and freshman year I anchored a couple times, so it's a little bit different no matter what leg you're on. I think if you're the first leg, you kind of just get to get after it. It's a lot more like an open 800 than a 4x8, so people try and get cute.
Second call, men's 110 meter hurdles. Second call, men's 110 meter hurdles.
And running your race is really important, I think, because these guys are coming through. They're going to be around 56-ish, 57.
Yeah, that's a good start to their first leg of the race.
Yeah, so I really like the way Garden City just kind of getting after it, not worrying about what the other Bethel guys are doing. And I like the look of the gentleman in second place. He's just kind of biding his time. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a move on the around 700 meters or so. We'll see if he can hold on and the guys can go sub 2. Yeah, those other legs, though, that's when I think the best races are run, when, you know, you might be a little bit behind somebody. You're not really thinking about time, but you're just trying to catch up to that next guy, and you end up surprising yourself and running a really good time.
Part of the difficulty of running a longer relay like this is the field can sometimes get spread out a little bit. You might find yourself on your own.
Two for the second team, and then the Garden City team was right in between them. What about you, Toby? You've been on your fair share of 4x8s. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I would echo what you said about which leg you run. I think that's
results of the women's long jump.
That's a bit.
In 8th place with a jump of 15 feet, 5.5 inches from Langston, Amaya Dorsey.
I ran some 4x8.
In 7th place with a jump of 15 feet, 5 3/4 inches
leg,
from Kansas Wesley and Julie Rottenhouse.
Why that was is with how the
in 6th place with a jump of 16 feet, 2.5 inches from Kansas Wesley and Yamal Ramirez.
To give as much recovery time for.
In 5th place with a jump of 16 feet, 11 1/4 inch from Bethel, Maya Lowe's. In 4th place with a jump of 17 feet, 1.5 inches from Tabor, Demaya Cox. In 3rd place with a jump of 17 feet, 2 inches from Hutchinson, Yaya Moreno. In 2nd place with a jump of 17 feet, 3.5 inches from Friends, Anissa Shepard.
Interesting to see the Bethel teams running.
And the winner of the women's long jump with a jump of 17 feet, 5 3/4 inches from Garden City Community College, Kirishima Williams. Congratulations, Kirishima.
What the strategy is if they try to put their best team together and stack one of their 4x8 teams, or if they're trying to make each team even. We'll kind of see how it comes through here as they come around the turn and hand off to the 3rd leg.
I had the same thought, and I'm honestly thinking this might have been kind of a workout day for these guys. Yeah. Just trying to get in a good effort, have a little bit of fun. That's about a 2 flat split for Garden City.
Mm-hmm.
We're just a little bit over that. But yeah, it is a lot of fun. We never really got that opportunity. We talked about throwing together several 4x8 teams a couple of years, but it never quite worked. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those guys are going to come back and run the 15 or the 8 again for a good solid day of racing.
Bethel is now taking the lead in the first 200 meters of the third leg. The Bethel B team is taking over the lead over Garden City, with the Bethel A team back about 20 meters.
That looks like Isaiah Bartle. Bartle is years. He was an All-American in the 1A his freshman year, multiple-time qualifier in the 800 outdoors. Very solid runner.
This is the third and final call for men's 110-meter hurdles. Third and final call for men's 110-meter hurdles.
Bethel B team and Garden
Second
City
call,
still
women's 100-meter hurdles.
Garden City's
Second call, women's 100-meter hurdles.
Third leg. They'll have 200 meters to go.
We'll see if Bartle can respond to Garden City taking over. Bartle always has that sneaky kick wherever. Wow, Garden City is really moving right now.
Looks like Garden City runner has saved a lot for the last 200 meters. Usually you see guys or ladies really struggling down the last 150 and 100 meters of a 800.
That's going to be another 2 flat split. A little over 2 flat for Bethel B.
Be interesting to see the 200 splits from that leg on the Garden City team. He had a really strong finish. Guess that his 200 splits were probably pretty even all the way through, which is kind of rare to see. But if it works for him, yeah, that's great.
Now, talking about that fourth leg, we've been talking about the legs a little bit. Garden City, you never want to look back and see who's chasing you. You just got to focus on getting to the finish line, but running within yourself.
Mm-hmm.
He's got about a 50-meter lead on Bethel B, so it's a pretty darn big gap to overcome. But I've seen some crazy things, and this is going to be the last lap. He came through that in about 59, so we'll see if these guys can dip under 8. So the 4x8 A standard, I believe, is about 7:47. It's that time of the day. So Garden City is coming down in the last 100 meters. 7:50, 7:51. Probably going to run about 8:05.
And Pierce is showing his age today. The NAIA B standard is now 7:46. It probably was 7:47 when we were running, and now it's moved down. B standard is 7:46. A standard is 7:41 flat.
Times have changed.
Coming through the finish line here, Bethel B team comes in second. Bethel A team in third, around 8:24.
So Garden City averaging about a 2:01 per leg, and the Bethel team's averaging about 2:04, 2:05. Talking about teams in the KCAC for the 4x8, Kansas Wesleyan had a great showing this year at Nationals. They
first call, women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. First call, women's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Earlier than most teams did, and they ended up getting 6th, I believe. got grad transfer Carter Heiser from not Marion, but one of those schools up north.
Also, speaking of 4x8s, we had a great performance from the Tabor College women yesterday at the Kansas Relays track meet in Lawrence. The team of Brooke Wiebe, Danielle Allison, Sonia Zimmerman, and Hannah Grover. They took second place in the race at the Kansas Relays and qualified for nationals. They punched their ticket to Indiana for the 2024 NAIA National Championships. They ran a 9:20.99 4x8, which is a very quick time. That'll rank them very high in the NAIA list, and they will punch their ticket to the national meet.
Great showing by those ladies. We're going to see them in the 1500 today, so it'll be really fun to see how they do there. I wouldn't be surprised if, they all qualify for one of their open events. Brooke Wiebe already has qualified in the steeplechase, and we'll talk a little bit more about that once we get to the 1500.
A couple of those ladies also be running in the 5,000 meters.
Very full weekend.
So as we move through the meet today, we're moving on to the men's 110-meter hurdles. As the hurdle hustling crew gets the hurdle set on the track, we will bring you some results from the women's pole vault. We'll do the top 3 finishers today. In third from Wichita State, sophomore Bailey Hartley, coming in at 3 meters. That's 9 feet 10 inches. From Cali College, Kennedy Kazar comes in a tie for first at 3 meters 30. That's 10 feet 10 inches. And she tied with her teammate Dakota Dapper, also from Cali College, at 3 meters 30.
Some faithful football player hurdle hustlers. Always appreciate them. Thank you, Coach Mike Gardner, for lending us some muscle this Saturday.
As we move into the hurdle events, this was my bread and butter as I competed in collegiate track. We're moving into the men's 110-meter hurdles. I was a hurdler at Tabor College for 4 years. I did both the 110-meter hurdles and the 400-meter hurdles. 2 very different races. A lot of people will run them both, but they're very different. As we look forward to the 110-meter hurdles, this is a race that is all about speed and rhythm. There'll be 10 hurdles on the straightaway of the track, and the key for these runners today will be a fast start, quick rhythm in between the hurdles, and an efficient hurdling technique. And the ones that can do that will get to the finish line first.
On a day like today that's a little bit chilly, how does that change things for these hurdlers, Toby?
Well, it makes it really important to warm up properly. As with any race, when the weather gets a little bit more chilly, the warm up is very important. Really getting your muscles and core temperature up, getting your heart rate up, making sure your muscles are warm. In any sprinting event, that's the case, especially when the temperature drops. So that's the main thing. For hurdling, it's really nice when there's minimal wind. Even obviously a headwind is not ideal, but even a tailwind can kind of push the athletes off of their normal rhythm in between the hurdles. And like I said before, Speed and rhythm are the keys to this short hurdle race. As the athletes are taking their runouts, we will give you the start lists for the heats. In this first section of 2 of the men's 110-meter hurdles, in lane 3 will be Garrett Bauer, sophomore from Cali College. In lane 4 will be Dagan Geyer, freshman from Cali College. In lane 5, Cedric Wilson, freshman from Sterling College. And in lane 6, Tabor's own Caleb Wehrman. Caleb is a multi-event athlete, so he will be doing a number of events today. He was a heptathlete in the indoor season, where they do 7 events over the course of 2 days. In the outdoor sport, I guess is that he'll be competing in the decathlon, which is 10 events spread over 2 days, and it all counts as one event toward the team scores and results.
Runners are in the blocks now, just getting ready, and they're off.
You've got 4 racers.
Third and final call.
Tabor's
Women's 100-meter hurdles. Third and final call. Women's 100-meter hurdles.
And Cedric Wilson taking the lead. And it looks like it will be Geyer taking the win on this first heat, followed by Wilson, Bauer, and Wehrman. Geyer took that heat in a time of 16:05. He came in with a seed time of 15:87. In this second heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles, in lane 2, Carter Geithner and friends, Jaden Hall from Oklahoma Panhandle, a freshman, Julian Francis, a freshman from Garden City Community College, Roderick Barfield, sophomore from Garden City Community College, will be in lane 5, and lane 6 will be Jason Brazell, freshman from Friends.
This event, it's a bit more unique. It seems like these 110-meter hurdlers are a little bit more specialized maybe than other events. You might get guys like you who ran the 400 hurdles, or you might get guys that are 100, 200 guys and also run the 110 hurdles. Is that about right?
Yeah, it can be a mix of different types of athletes. Obviously, with the short hurdles being in the multi-event category, or in the multi-event spread, you can get some competitors in multi-events trying to improve their time over the hurdles. You can also get, like you said, some natural sprinters that are trying to utilize their speed and work on their hurdle technique. You can also get specialized 110-meter hurdlers. In many ways, the hurdles act like a field event. They've got a certain technique that you can craft and work on. But it also takes speed and endurance to get through a full 10 flights of 42-inch hurdles over this college race. Coming into this race, Julian Francis, freshman from Garden City, will be in lane 4. He's got the top seed time of 14:92. And that'll be just off of the NAIA qualifying times. NAIA B standard will be 14:80. NAIA A standard 14:60. And that's dropped down a couple tenths since the time I was running.
Yeah, I've got to be careful what I say now about all the standards, because they just keep on getting faster every year.
Well, we'll say a quick word about how the NAIA standards work after this second heat of 110 men's hurdles. And we're watching lane 4, Julian Francis with the top seed time from Garden City.
Runners are in their blocks now. Oh. Might have had a false start.
Looked like he called him up. We didn't hear any. Didn't hear a gun. So my guess is that the starter called up the runners. Maybe somebody took too long in the blocks. Maybe somebody didn't come up to the set position correctly. So we'll have a recall and we'll try it again.
Unfortunately, we do have an athlete that has gotten a red card. And he will not be competing, unfortunately.
And that was lane 3, Jaden Hall from Oklahoma Panhandle, receiving that disqualification. And now we're down to 4 runners. Friends, Garden City, and Friends.
Runners are in their blocks again. And they're off. Lane 2 Friends looks good.
Looks like Julian Francis taking the lead from Garden City, and he will take the heat. Looked like to be around 15 flat. We'll check the times. Coming in at 15:30. That'll be well off the NAIA B standard. Good enough for a win today at the Tabor College Invite Track Meet for 2024. Looked like in second was couldn't see. Brazil of Friends came in second. 15:53.
Results of the women's 4x800 meter relay. In second place with a time of 11:42.07, Sterling. And the winners of the women's 4x800 meter relay in a time of 10 minutes, 24.38 seconds.
All of those athletes in the second heat were
Bethel
faster
College.
than the
Congratulations,
first heat.
Bethel.
So we will get you final results.
Up next, we're going to have the women's 100-meter hurdles.
Appears while they're setting up the hurdles on the different marks and the different heights, kind of explain to us how the NAIA standard marks, how those happen. Kind of explain the strategy of
results of the men's 4x800 meter relay. In third place with a time of 8 minutes, 23.96 seconds.
Different than the NCAA, where
Bethel College. In second place with a time of 8 minutes, 17.77 seconds. Bethel College.
No matter what time you get, but
and the winners of the men's 4x800 meter relay in a time of 8 minutes, 3.84 seconds. Garden City Community College.
You hit a standard.
Congratulations, Garden City.
Nationals. There's A and B standards, which we alluded to earlier. If you hit a B standard, you can go to nationals, but each team can only take 3 B standards. So it's definitely available to hit that A standard, especially if you're one of the teams trying to bring a team title. You want to hit as many A standards as possible so you can get as many athletes to nationals as possible.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Trying to go for as many A standards as possible. For the
results of the men's shot put
in the NAIA,
in 8th place
standards
with
usually
a throw of 39 feet 6.5 inches from Ottawa University, Peyton Green.
Titles,
in 7th place with a throw of 39 feet 10 3/4 inches from Bethel, Hayden Wallace.
A and B standard marks.
In 6th place with a throw of 42 feet 6 1/4 inches from Garden City, Brett Putz.
Few years.
In 5th place with a throw of 42 feet 8.5 inches from Cali College,
Improve across the NAIA.
In 4th place with a throw of 43 feet 3 1/4 inches from Hutchinson,
increase or decrease,
Bear.
depending on the performance.
In 3rd place
years.
with a throw of 44 feet 1 1/4 inches
5
From
years
Cali
or so, it
College,
seems like most
Brett
of the
Clevenger.
standards are dropping, getting faster.
In second place with a throw of 45 feet, 11 1/4
in the
inch
field
from
events.
Friends University,
So it's good to
Laverius
see that the
Figaro.
competition is
And the winner
continuing to improve. And
of the men's
the
shot
athletes
put
are
with a throw of
dropping
47
those
feet,
times
7
and
3/4
increasing those
inches
field event marks.
from Kansas Wesleyan,
It's also
Keegan
really
Lott.
interesting to see how,
Congratulations, Keegan.
how teams kind of strategize the way they run races in terms of, you know, if you're a middle distance guy, how many times do I want to run the 800? How many times do I want to run the 1500? And knowing what do I have the best chance at qualifying in, if you're one of those athletes that, you know, there's multiple things you could qualify in. Brooke Weeby's a great example. She has run the 800, the 1500, the steeple, and the 5K this year. So just kind of running it all.
That's a good point especially for those distance runners trying to determine what race is going to be most advantageous to go for a standard in. I think that's even more prevalent in the indoor sport, as in the NAIA indoor nationals. There's especially for middle distance and distance runners, there's 400 meters, 600 meters, 800, 1,000. There's a 3K, 5K. So there's a ton of races that you can qualify in. It's all about watching those rankings and seeing which one would be easiest to qualify in or make finals in to become an All-American.
To add to that, it's also, you know, if you're one of those studs that can qualify for multiple events, it's kind of a little bit of a fun game to see which event do I think I'm going to do the best in and which event do I think is going to be the least competitive, I guess I should say. One in the competition not going to be the best in, so...
It's pure speculation coming from us, as neither of us were in a position to qualify for two different events at any particular national meet. So we are talking about wishful thinking in terms of trying to qualify in two different events, and that would be really fun. Never happened for us, but there are people out there who did. One that comes to mind is a KCAC legend from St. Mary's. I'm blanking on his name right now, but he cleaned up the distance events in the KCAC meets, all the way from the 600 all the way through 5K. He would be one of those athletes that could kind of choose which events he would want to do.
And I'm just now, I thought you were talking about somebody from the past, but you're actually talking about Ryan Stade. We will see him in both the 800 and 1500 later today, dropping down in distance. He's more of a 5K, 10K guy. He's got a really... I love talking about Ryan Stade, so we won't get too much into it now, but really excited to watch him race the 800 and 1500 later today.
Ryan Stade is a Tabor sophomore. He qualified for the indoor national championships and punched his ticket and then became an All-American this winter. He's looking to punch his ticket to the outdoor nationals.
Yeah, so Stade is actually already qualified. He's hit the A standard in the 5K and B standard in the 10K. And I talked to him last week, and he's actually planning on doing both. So really excited to see how that goes for him. Qualified in both the 3K and the 5K indoor, and won his prelim in the 5K and ended up getting fourth at nationals. So just a really solid runner. Glad he's running for Tabor. Still waiting on the start of this women's 100-meter hurdles.
As we wait for those, we can get you the start list for the women's 100-meter hurdles in the first heat of 2 heats. Lane 3 will be Michaela Gay from Cali College. In lane 4, Jasenia Velez from Ottawa. In lane 5, Karma Singleton. In lane 6, Abby Good from Oklahoma Panhandle. Best seed time in this heat will be Velez of Ottawa at 16:05.
Oh, and the 100 hurdles is up and running.
Looks like we have a scratch in lane 4, Velez from Ottawa. Cali College is taking the lead. In lane 3, it's Michaela Gay.
About 18 seconds.
Came through at 18:07 for the win on the first heat.
Second call, women's 3,000 meters steeplechase.
Hurdles.
Second call, women's 3,000 meters steeplechase.
In lane 1 will be Gabriella Milan of Friends. In lane 2, Charity Williams from McPherson. In 3, Irion Padeles from Friends. In lane 4, Kaylee James from Hutchinson Community College. In lane 5 will be Callie Kirshen from Wichita State. In lane 6 will be Maria Shaw of Friends. Lane 7, Lydia Villalba from Friends. In lane 8, Genesis Bautista from Cali College.
Really cool to see not only NAIA schools, but we got Wichita State, NCAA Division I school, and a plethora of community colleges from multiple states here today.
It's cool to see Callie Kirshen out here from Wichita State. She was a teammate of mine last year. I ran at Wichita State for 1 year.
What was the transition from the NAIA to NCAA like?
Well, it was a number of things stood out to me as I transitioned. One was just the competition at track meets in the NAIA. The pool of meets to go to is limited. The NCAA, we went to meets all over the country. We went to outdoor meets such as the Texas Relays, went to the Kansas Relays. This year, the WSU team will be going to this weekend to a meet at Baylor University. So one part of it was the competition at those larger meets with schools like Texas and Texas Tech, Oklahoma, Kansas, and SEC schools like Florida and Alabama.
And our ladies are in the blocks now.
We've got Friends, McPherson, Friends, Hutch, Wichita State, Friends, and Cowley.
Clean start. Early lead for Hutch, I believe.
Yep, Hutch out in first. Callie Kirshen of Wichita State takes the early second place spot.
Wow, great run from Hutch.
Kaylee James of Hutch Community College will take the win. She had a seed time of 13:98. She came in with a winning time of 14:34. Kirshen came in second, 14:96. That's just off her seed time of 14:55.
Coming from an ignorant...
The results of the men's 110-meter hurdles.
Was really
In
impressive.
8th place with a time of 16.66 from Tabor, Caleb Verman.
Looked very clean.
In 7th place with a time of 16.21 from Cali College, Gara Bauer.
Good way to.
In 6th place with a time of 16.16 from Sterling, Cedric Wilson. In 5th place with a time of 16.05 from Cali College, Dagan Geyer.
Ran that race
4th
very
place
cleanly.
with a time of 15.95 from
nice
Garden
rhythm
City,
between the
Roderick
hurdles.
Barfield.
She got off to a
In
great
3rd place
start.
with a time of 15.64
Fast through the
from
middle of the
Friends,
race,
Carter
finished
Gittner. In second place with a time of 15.53 from Friends, Jason Brazell.
Competition hurdler.
And the winner of the men's 110-meter hurdles with a time of 15.30 seconds from Garden City Community College, Julian Francis. Congratulations, Julian.
We have for you the results of the men's and women's short hurdle races. For the men's 110-meter hurdles, in third place, Carter Gittinger from Friends, freshman. In second place, Jason Brazell, a freshman from Friends. And Gittinger had a time of 15:64, Brazell with a 15:53, and in first, Julian Francis, a freshman from Garden City Community College, coming in at 15:30. Also, the results of the women's 100-meter hurdles. In third, we had Mariah Shaw, a junior from Friends, at 15:19. In second, Callie Kirshen, 14:96. And
results of the women's 100-meter hurdles.
Today, Kaylee James,
in eighth place with a time of 18.4, Karma Singleton, Cali College. In seventh place with a time of 18.07 from Cali College, Michaela Gay. In sixth place with a time of 17.35 from Friends, Gabriella Milan. In fifth place with a time of 15.98 from Friends, Lydia DeLolo. In fourth place with a time of 15.56 from McPherson. With a time of 15.56, Charity Williams. In third place with a time of 15.19 from Friends, Mariah Shaw. In second place with a time of 14.96 from Wichita State, Kaylee Kirshen. And the winner of the women's 100-meter hurdles with a time of 14.34 from Hutchinson Community College, Kaylee James. Congratulations, Kaylee.
Also, we have in our studio today, we'll have a guest appearance from Abby Pinner, formerly Abby Sechrist, also a former Tabor track athlete. She was a specialist in the steeplechase. When the steeplechase race starts, we'll hear from her on the strategy and outlook of the steeplechase race. As they set the barriers on the track, we will continue with some field event results. We gave the women's pole vault results a while ago. The men's pole vault is still ongoing. We'll move on to the women's long jump results. In fourth place, Demaya Cox, a freshman from Tabor, at 5 meters 22. Barely behind third place, Yaya Moreno from Hutchinson Community College at 5 meters 23. In second place was Anissa
Hurdle
Shepard,
wranglers. The North Steeples
Friends
will
at
go on
5
the
meters
track
27.
after the runners
And
pass
taking
the first time.
place, Karishma Williams, a sophomore from Garden City Community College, at 5 meters 33. So really close here at the top of the women's long jump results.
It's the final call for women's 3,000
Only about
meter steeplechase.
17
Final call,
centimeters
women's
separating
3,000
fifth
meter
place
steeplechase.
from first place in the women's long jump. Good to see Demaya Cox doing well for Tabor. She was a recent recipient of the Field Athlete of the Week award for the KCAC. She's a freshman from Hillsboro, Kansas. She competed for Hillsboro High School in the last few years and committed to Tabor College and is now doing well in the field events.
Looking forward to hearing about what Abby has to say about the 3000 steeple. It was always a race that was probably one of the only races above 400 meters I did not do. And after jumping over, or attempting to jump over a few barriers during practice, I'm glad that I did not try my hand at that. It is a brutal race and is not for the weak.
There was always a number of athletes, including myself, that would talk about eventually trying to do the steeplechase. Never got around to it, which I can't say I'm disappointed about. It is a brutal race, like you said. It'll be roughly 7.5 laps with 5 barrier jumps per lap and 1 water jump per lap.
Once you see one person wipe out in steeple, that takes away most people's desire to attempt it.
There always seems to be a viral video of somebody eating it in a steeple race. Hate to see those, but they get a lot of views on the social media. We've started the women's steeplechase. Joining us is our guest, Abby Penner. So, Abby, what is the
women's 800 meters.
Strategy and what's the outlook for the steeplers?
I love how you guys are talking like I'm an expert at this race. Definitely not. I did run it in college for 2 years. I think it really depends on how fast you're going in between the barriers. You could be a great runner over the barriers, but if you're not fast in between, you're not going to be super effective. The water jump can be pretty intimidating, especially when it is not hot outside. You do not want to jump in that cold water. The girls are just they just went over their first barrier. Really good, like Olympic steeplechasers won't put their foot on the barriers. They'll just hurdle them. And you really have to attack the steeple. You cannot be like intimidated by it at all, which can be definitely scary.
Yeah. I'm going to come in at about 1:33 for 400 meters. I believe that's about a little under 12-minute pace for this race.
You're coming to the first water barrier now.
And the leader attacking that water jump with some speed. And we'll see Sarah Dark from Tabor going through her first water jump.
And this is her first steeplechase race. She was excited to try it.
Looks like Serrano is taking the lead. As we mentioned earlier, Brooke Wiebe has already hit the A standard for this event, taking the week off. Ran the 4x8 as we mentioned earlier on the Tabor women, qualifying for that, and she will be in the 1500. But yeah, this is kind of her event. She qualified a couple weeks ago.
And she's number 7 in the NAIA right now, which is pretty impressive. She was close to the finals last year at Nationals. With her first year doing it was last year.
Watching this race, I was thinking about, how few people are in this race, and that's what got me thinking about Brooke, because Brooke hit the steeple standard all by her lonesome in Nebraska last year at the last chance meet at Concordia. Mm-hmm. It was one of the very, very impressive. There were 3 girls entered, and 2 of them scratched because there were too little people, and Brooke still ran it, and she hit the standard. It was pretty impressive.
Now you can't see the water jump on the live stream, but the girls are all coming through. And on the water jump, you really want to keep running. It slows you down when you land on 2 feet, but it can kind of shock you a little bit when you're hitting the water and hitting the ground. Can be kind of jarring to your system.
For those who haven't watched a steeplechase race before, it's a very unique event. You've got 5 very heavy barriers per lap to clear, and one of them has a water pit on the other side of it. So there's a pit on the other side of the barrier for the water pit. It's filled to the top with usually freezing cold water, And the athletes must jump over the barrier into the water pit, which is slanted down towards the barrier. And so once they hit the water, it's an uphill battle to clear the water pit.
Yeah, it always did surprise me in practice when I would lie to myself about being able to run the steeple, trying the water jump without the water. And man, it really, like Toby said, it really does just shock your knees when you land, and having to do that 20 plus times in a race really takes a toll on the body.
Taylor Allison is coming on the home stretch right now. She has about 4 laps left. Yeah, those steeples are pretty, they do not move like the hurdles do. You definitely don't want to hit those. I hit it one time and I still have a scar on my knee from it. So that was a little rough, but she's coming in on her, with 4 laps left, 5:59 right now. She just jumped over her steeple past the finish line. Andrea's coming down in front of us right now. She's going to come across the finish line around 6:20, and then Sarah Dark is right behind her. Taylor Allison has about a 150-meter lead on the Tabor girls.
While the girls are competing in the steeple, we'll give you a few field event results from the men's long jump earlier today. In third place was Damon Scott, of a sophomore from Friends, jumping 6 meters 54. That's 21 feet 5.5 inches. In second place, Adrian Diamond, a sophomore from Hutch Community College, 6 meters 61. That's 21 feet 8.25. And taking first place from Friends, freshman Isaiah Sanders, jumping 6 meters 92. That's 22 feet 8.5 inches, winning the men's long jump by over a foot.
So Allison is also debuting in this 3,000 meter steeple chase. She has PR'd in the 800, the 1500, and the 5K in her last 3 meets. And she is one of the athletes, one of several athletes in this meet today that competed in Salina at K-Dub yesterday. So she ran the 800 and a personal best of 2:33 as a freshman. So having a great season.
As the athlete, the leader, Taylor Allison, has about a little less than 3 laps to go. Andrea Serrano coming through the finish line. She'll have 3 laps to go, and right behind her is Sarah Dark of Tabor. We'll give you the women's triple jump results. In third place, Maya Logue of Bethel, jumping 11 meters 03. That's 36 feet 2.25 inches. In second place, Amaya Dorsey from Langston, a senior, 11 meters 04. In first place, Brooke Hawkins from Hutchinson Community College, 11 meters 58. That's 38 feet even. We had 2 Tabor athletes compete in the women's long jump. Allie Von Leonard for Tabor. She had a mark of 9 meters 47. That's 31 feet 3/4 inch. And Demaya Cox did not have a mark today. She finished 4th in the long jump, and no mark for the triple jump. So Abby, as they're coming to the final legs of this steeple race, what's it like trying to finish a steeplechase race when you've already run 4, 5, 6 laps? You're jumping over all the barriers. What's it like trying to finish this race?
Yeah, just keeping a positive mindset. I feel like was the best for me, of just like really still attacking the barriers even when your body's so tired. You start to see people put their foot on the barrier where they were hurdling them before. They might be just putting their foot on them now, trying to get over. You still want to keep your form, especially on the water jump, to keep
second
going.
Call, women's 800 meter. Second call, women's 800 meter.
The back, so trying to just pass as many people as I could before the finish. Trying to save a little bit for a kick. Because in steeple, you never really know if someone's going to fall and it could knock them out of the race, or so you just have to keep going. And yeah, I mean, you don't want people to fall, but it does help you if they do.
There's always a chance in the steeplechase of something happening with one of the barriers or one of the water jumps. It's similar to the hurdle races in that aspect. There's always a chance that happens, so you never want to give up on a race.
It looks like Taylor is coming up on her last lap. They're going to ring the bell.
Coming through at about 11:18 with 1 lap to go.
This is a hard race to run by yourself. So these girls are doing really good in the weather and just running by yourself. They're all doing really well mentally.
We'll give the NAIA qualifying standards here as they finish. The leader comes with 1 lap to go. The NAIA A standard, 11:18 flat. NAIA B standard, 11:28 flat. Again, Brooke Weeby of Tabor is already punched her ticket to nationals. 7th in the nation with an A standard qualification. Also a reminder, there will be no men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. So after the women's race, we will move on to the women's 800 meters. Allison Taylor was just finished her final water jump. She is coming around the turn to the finish line. Clock is at 12:38, 39, 40 as she finishes her last 100 meters. Andrea Serrano of Tabor and Sarah Dark of Tabor have about 300 and 350 meters to go, respectively. Allison Taylor finishing strong. Came across the line around 12:59, takes the win here at the Tabor College Invite Track Meet.
That'll be 4 PRs and 4 meets for her.
Really impressive stretch from Allison Tabor of Kansas Wesleyan, running under Coach Kyle Heiser and Garrett Young at Kansas Wesleyan in Salina. Pierce talked a little bit about what it's like to run 2 days in a row, as we have a number of athletes who ran either at the Kansas Relays yesterday or at the Kansas Wesleyan meet last night. What's that like?
Yeah, we didn't have to do it too much, but I always think about, those conference meets, especially when, you'll run the 4x8 the night before if you're a mid-distance person, and then the next day you could run 2 events. I loved it. I loved just being in that race mode all the time.
Third and final call, women's 800 meter. Third and final call, women's 800 meter.
And then run the 5K or the 15 the day after. Those guys, that's a pretty rough double.
First call, men's 800 meter. First call, men's 800 meter.
Before. But as Abby alluded to, just really staying locked in and knowing that, you're not the only one that's doubling. Everybody has that kind of obstacle of overcoming, and figuring out how you can race the best is the best strategy.
Just finished up the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Andrea Serrano came through in about 14 minutes 15 seconds, and Sarah Dark with her steeplechase debut came in at about 14 minutes 30 seconds for second and third respectively. Again, Allison Taylor took the win in the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And coming onto the track now is the women's 800 meter run. We will give you the start list. Hip 1 is Adrienne Selzer of Tabor. Hip number 2, Sydney Gardner of Tabor. Number 3, Kylie Arnold of Tabor. Number 4, Adelia Jansen of Tabor. Hip 5, Riley Paramore of Bethany. Hip 6, Elena Behrman of KW. Hip 7, Juliana Maxfield of Tabor. Hip 8, Kiara Jensen of Kansas Wesleyan. Hip 9, Charlie Lind of Kansas Wesleyan. Hip 10, Maya White Eagle of Garden City Community College. Hip 11, Jocelyn Menares of Garden City.
Great to see Juliana back in action. She was a big part of the Blue Jays' success at Nationals this year. She has
cross.
Yeah, and cross country. She was injured at the end of that season, I believe, and has just kind of been building back up during the winter. But she comes in with the fastest seed time in the 800 today, so great to see her back.
Maxfield's got the top seed time at 2:27. Next is Riley Paramore of Bethany at 2:29. Then we've got a handful of runners in the 2:30s. Arnold of Tabor, Gardner of Tabor, Jansen of Tabor, and Jensen of Kansas Wesleyan. And then a few in the 2:40s and 2:50s. Just got started here in the women's 800 meters. You'll see them come around the first curve on your screen. And
second call, men's 800 meters. Second call, men's 800 meters.
Lead.
I believe that's Maxfield.
Juliana Maxfield taking the lead here at 200 meters.
About 32 seconds. So
first call, women's 4x100 meter relay. First call, women's 4x100 meter relay.
Not messing around at all, trying to take the lead, trying to win this race wire to wire.
Results of the men's pole vault. In 8th place with a time of 11 feet, 9 3/4 inches from friends Brayton Harris. In 7th place with a jump of 11 feet, 9.75 inches from Bethany, Jarrett Shives. In 6th place with a jump of 12
Riley
feet, 9.5 inches from Tabor, Caleb Wehrman. 5th place with a jump of 13 feet, 3.5 inches from friends Darian Cox. In 4th place with a jump of 13, 3.5 inches from friends Carter Glittinger.
An old track buff.
In 3rd place with a jump of 13 feet, 3.5 inches from Garden City Community College, Jackson McDonald. In 2nd place with a jump of 14 feet, 9 1/4 inch, AJ Haas. And the winner of the men's pole vault with a jump of 15 feet, 9 inches from Hutchinson Community College, Chris Johnson. Congratulations, Chris.
And with 600 meter mark, the lead still belongs to Juliana Maxfield. 200 meters to go.
She's starting to pull away from...
This is third and final call for men's 800 meters. Third and final call, men's 800 meter.
Looks really strong.
First call, men's 4x100 meter relay.
Injury.
First call, men's 4x100 meter relay.
Here in this women's 800 meter run, coming down the final stretch.
She's gonna get a great PR. Oh wow, she actually standard is 2:18, I believe. Oh, okay.
221, 222. She crosses the line around 224 flat.
Great 3-second PR. Bethany's going to come in at second. 228.
Great race here at the Tabor College Invite for 2024. Women's 800 meters. Juliana Maxfield takes the win for Tabor. And Riley Paramore came in second for Bethany. And we'll get you the full results as we see them. Great wire-to-wire victory for Juliana Maxfield. She took the lead right from the start and never gave it up.
Coming up, we have one section of the men's 800, and I'm really excited for this race. We've got a great mix of talents in this race. Kind of headlining that is Dylan Calloway, as we mentioned earlier. He's an All-American in the 1K, has qualified in several national events, including cross-country. He comes in with a leading seed time of 1:52. He is barely off the NAI national standard. And we also have some distance guys coming down in distance, whether that's to get a little bit of speed work in or if they want to switch, we don't know. But excited to see guys like Ryan Stade coming out for the 800. And Toby, you want to read off the entries?
Yes, in this first and only section of the men's 800 meter run, 800 meter dash, I should say. Hip 1 will be Ryan Stade of Tabor. Hip 2, Jesus Porras of Oklahoma Panhandle. Hip 3, Logan Dabowski of Tabor. Hip 4, Darren Klukas of Tabor. Hip 5 will be Brendan Ellis of Kansas Wesleyan. Hip 6, Tristan Dye of Bethany. Hip 7, Damian Jackson of K-Dub. Hip 8, Titus Reed of K-Dub. Hip 9, the fastest entry time today, junior from Tabor, Dylan Calloway. Hip 10, freshman from Garden City, Mark Corpus. Hip 11, Brody Bradshaw from Kansas Wesleyan. Hip 12, Brayman Matchik from Oklahoma Panhandle. Hip 13, Tyrell Haynes, senior from Tabor. Hip 14, Giovanni Rios from Kansas Wesleyan. The only other entry of less than 2 minutes comes in with a seed time of 1:58. Hip 15, Ian Doss of Kansas Wesleyan. And rounding out the field of 16 is Apostolo Zuniga.
This is the third and final call, women's 4x100 meter relay.
Be surprised to see
Third and final call, women's 4x100 meter relay.
He isn't afraid of anybody.
Second call, men's 4x100 meter relay. Second call, men's 4x100 meter relay.
Looks like it's Stade
First call,
taking the early lead.
men's
followed
400
by
meter
Callaway.
hurdles. First call, men's 400 meter hurdles.
And he's another athlete of mention.
The results of the 3,000 women's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Chapman, Kansas.
In third place with a time of 14 minutes, 28.74 seconds from Tabor, Sarah Dark.
5K, primarily recruited for the
In second place with a time of 14 minutes, 15.31 seconds from Tabor, Andrea Serrano.
See if he can hold on.
Came
The
around
winner of the women's
300 meters in about 40 to
with a time
41
of 12
seconds.
minutes,
Very quick
59.23 seconds.
opening
Kansas
3/4 of
Wesleyan,
a lap.
Allison
Coming through
Taylor.
800
Congratulations,
through
Allison.
400 about 55 seconds. Dylan Calloway's now taking the lead. Really quick opening lap. We'll see what they've got for the second lap. Coming up on 300 meters to go. This is the point in the race where coaches generally tell the athletes to make a move.
Great to see these guys getting after it.
Dylan Calloway has the lead. He has about a 5-meter lead on Klukas, coming through 200 meters to go.
It's about a 124 through 600. We'll see if he can get down. He needs to run a little under 28 seconds for that last 200, and he's coming down the back stretch.
Dylan Calloway opened up a 20-meter lead on the field. Coming to the line, we'll see what his time is. coming in through about 154. Klukas caught at the end. He'll take third place.
Some great runs from these athletes.
Looks like that might have been Giovanni Rios with a strong finish for second.
We'll keep you updated on results, but it looks like we had 5 men under 2 minutes. Probably the fastest 800 that has happened at this meet in a couple of years. Great run, gentlemen. Giovanni Rios, another very solid KCAC runner, got 7th at KCAC 1500 last year. He ran, got a PR in the 1500 last night. Damian Jackson, another one of those distance guys, stepping down and running the 800, ran the 1500 last night. So, great show out from these athletes.
We have the results of the women's 800 meters. In 7th,
this is the third and final call, men's 4 by 100 meter relay.
Sydney Gardner
third and final call, men's 4 by 100 meter
Arnold
relay.
of Tabor. In 4th, Elena Behrman of Kansas Wesleyan. In 3rd, Kiara Jensen of Kansas Wesleyan. In 2nd, with a time of 2:28.42, senior from Bethany, Riley Paramore. And taking the win today, Juliana Maxfield, freshman from Tabor, running a 2:24.16. Great run from Juliana, and we'll see if she can continue to drop that time throughout the season.
Coming up, we got the women's and men's 4x1, followed by the men's and women's 400 meter hurdles. It was a great run by Dylan Calloway. As I mentioned, I think that's one of the fastest 800s that's happened on this track in the last couple years.
Dylan Calloway has had quite the career as a Tabor College and KCAC runner. He qualified for the national outdoor meet last year. He also has been to the national indoor meet every year that he's been a collegiate athlete.
As mentioned earlier, he's an All-American in the 1,000 meter run indoors. And kind of like Brooke, his qualification last year in the men's 800 was a little bit improbable, and we went up to Hays, Kansas to try and snag a couple standards, and everybody was not having a very good day. And last event of the day, it was a Thursday meet, kind of windy. Everybody was pretty tired. It was the end of the season, and Dylan found a way to get the job done and ran 152 on a day where nobody else ran well. So he's just got a dog in him, and I'll be excited to see him hit that mark again.
Dylan is also a guy who's the epitome of a successful college athlete. He came in as a freshman, recruited by Coach Ryland Hincher, running about 158, 159, 800, and has continued to improve over the course of his career.
Our women's 4x1 is starting to line up. In lane 2, we have Tabor. Lane 3, Langston. Lane 4, Garden City. Lane 5, Hutchinson. And lane 6, Kansas Wesleyan.
And we have the final results of the men's 800 meters. This is stacked with Tabor and Kansas Wesleyan athletes. In 8th, Titus Reed of of Kansas Wesleyan. In 7th, Damian Jackson of Kansas Wesleyan. 6th, Ryan Stade of Tabor, coming in at 2 flat. In 5th, Ian Doss of Kansas Wesleyan, also at 2 flat. 4th, Giovanni Rios of Kansas Wesleyan at 158. 3rd, Darren Klukas of Tabor at 157. He was narrowly beat out by Brendan Ellis of Kansas Wesleyan for 2nd place, also at 157. And taking the win, as we mentioned earlier, Dylan Calloway, junior from Tabor, running 154.38.
Future of Tabor looks very bright with the likes of Ryan Stade and Darren Klukas. As I mentioned, Ryan Stade has already qualified in both the 5K and the 10K. Darren Klukas has just improved over the season. He ran a personal best at Wash U in the 5K of 15:26, and just last week at Wichita State he ran 3:59 as a freshman. So a bright future ahead for those gentlemen. KCAC has really taken a step up in the last couple of years in terms of talent and competition.
As we're getting ready to start the women's 4x100 meter race, we will bring you some results from earlier in the day in the field events. We'll go to the men's triple jump. In 3rd place was Kendall Caffey of Langston, 13 meters 31. That's 43 feet 8 inches. In 2nd, Carter Gittinger.
All flags are white.
13 meters 44. That's 44 feet 1 1/4. And in 1st place, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, a senior from Bethany, Kansas, 1384. I don't want to mess up the name, so I'm not even going to try. But you know who you are. Bethany, senior from Bethany, 1384. That's 45 feet 5 inches.
Our women are in their blocks now.
They're off in the women's 4x1. The standards here for the NAIA: B standard 47.75, A standard 47.40.
Trying to remember, Toby, did you ever get to run a
3rd final call, men's 4x100 meter relay. 3rd final call, men's 4x100 meter relay.
As a freshman at Tabor, we had 2 teams, and I was on the B team. No surprise there.
2nd call, men's 400 meter hurdles. 2nd call, men's 400 meter hurdles.
It looks like Garden City is miles ahead.
Coming down in lane 4, this is Garden City coming across the line about 48, 49 seconds. Look like second might have been Bethany. Followed by Kansas Wesleyan, Langston, and Tabor. In 1st place is Garden City. And we'll get you those results as they come in. Next up will be the men's 4x100 meter relay. In lane 2 will be Tabor. In lane 3, Langston. Lane 4, Hutchinson Community College. In lane 5, Garden City Community College.
Results of the women's 800 meter.
Lane 7, Bethany.
In 8th place with a time of 2 minutes 41.25 seconds from Garden City, Maya White Eagle. In 7th place
beginning this meet, so thanks
with a time of 2 minutes 39.4 seconds from Tabor, Adrian Seltzer.
We appreciate that.
In 6th place with a time of 2 minutes 33.97 seconds from Tabor, Sydney Gardner. In 5th place with a time of 2 minutes 32.03 seconds from Tabor, Kylie Arnold.
Again, we're
in
here
4th place
at
with a time of 2 minutes 31.53
College
seconds
Invite track meet.
from Kansas Wesleyan, Elena Berman. In third place with a time of 2 minutes, 30.94 seconds from Kansas Wesleyan,
It's really
Kiara
funny to
Jensen.
see the
In
difference
second place with a time of 2
between
minutes, 28.42 seconds from
little
Bethany,
distance runners
Riley
to the
Paramore.
jacked
And the winner of the women's 800 meters
sprinters.
in a time of 2 minutes, 24.16 seconds from Tabor, Juliana Maxfield.
We are coming
Congratulations, Juliana.
halfway through the running event schedule. After the 4x1 relay, we will have the men's and then the women's 400-meter hurdles. After that will be the 400 meters, followed by the 100 meters. As a 400-meter hurdler myself, I'm really looking forward to this 400-meter hurdle races coming up. And we'll have those coming up after this men's 4x100-meter relay. Again, it's Tabor, Langston, Hutchinson, Garden City, Bethel, and Bethany. As the athletes are taking their runouts from the blocks for the 4x1, we'll continue with some field event results. From the women's shot put, in fifth, Sasha Washinger of Tabor, 11 meters 06. In fourth, Abby Green of Friends, 11 meters 55. In third, Carly Pedere from Ottawa, 11 meters 59. In second, Ayana Green from Hutchinson. And in first, taking the win today is Sierra Gray of Cali College, the throw of 13.96, winning the women's shot put by over 2 meters. That throw of 13.96 is 45 feet 9.5 inches. If you're just tuning in and new to collegiate track and field, it may be a little bit confusing with the field event markings. The collegiate ranks use meters for the track events and for the field events, whereas high school track events are in meters and field events are usually measured in feet. A little bit hard to get used to as you make the transition from spectating for high school track meets, when you make the transition to
first call, women's 400-meter hurdles. First call, women's 400-meter hurdles.
The measurements in meters and in feet from the field events.
This was always my least favorite part of any track meet, was waiting for the sprinters to get started.
Pierce is calling out the sprinters with no shame for taking a long time in the blocks. He does have a point, but there is also a lot more that goes into a start of a sprinting event than goes into a start of a 800 or above race.
We are off.
Just started the men's 4x100-meter relay. Looks like we've got Garden City taking an early lead, followed by Hutch. And on the inside in lane 3, that is Langston. Hutch handing off first at the second exchange as they come around the curve.
I think we are going to have an exciting finish.
They'll come into your view. Here down the home stretch, looks like it's Hutch out in front, followed by Garden City and Langston. Tabor in fourth.
Great final leg from Hutch.
Hutch coming in around 41 flat, followed by Garden City, Langston, Tabor, and Bethel. Brandon Geyer on the anchor for the Tabor 4x1.
We'll see him in the 400 later today.
Yeah, Hutchinson
Hurdle
Community College
hustlers,
taking
put the
that
400-meter
win.
hurdles on the track, please.
41
Third and final call,
on that
men's
winning
400
time
meter
for
hurdles. Third and final
Hutchinson.
call, men's 400 meter hurdles.
Exciting race from the men's 4x1. As we move on to the 400 meter hurdles, the hurdle hustlers will move the hurdles onto the track.
Debatably, one of the hardest events in track and field. We already saw the 800, and now we'll see the other race in that conversation, 400 meter hurdles. As somebody who has run both of them, not me, as somebody who's run both of them, Toby, what can you say about the difference between the pain level and the strategy of the two?
I get asked this question quite a bit. What's the hardest event in track and field? I'm obviously partial to the 400 meter hurdles. 400 meter hurdles. There's also the 800. There's also the steeplechase in that category, in that conversation. Obviously, the field events are different in nature from the running events. It's more of a mental challenge to stay ready for each attempt. I would say pole vault is one of the most difficult events skill-wise to master, as you're vaulting yourself 13, 14, 15 feet in the air. In terms of on the track, I would have to go with the 400 meter hurdles as the hardest event to do well in track. I would say, well, it's a nuanced conversation for sure, but I would say 400 meter hurdles and then 800 meters and steeplechase have to be right there with the 400 meter hurdles.
As I mentioned, not many people can weigh into that conversation with the expertise that Toby has. Not a lot of people have run both the 400 meter hurdles and the 800. So for this race specifically, what are these athletes trying to do? Is it somewhat like a distance event where you kind of strategize on how to expend your energy, or is it just an all-out sprint?
I would say it's different for the younger athletes as opposed to the veteran 400 meter hurdlers. A veteran of the 400 meter hurdles will start the race as if it's a 100 meter sprint, and they will kind of try to start off as fast as they can. They'll try to run fast but relaxed through the backstretch, through the 150 and 200 meter marks, and then they will try to hold their speed as best they can coming through the second turn and into the final stretch. I would say, for me, one of the most important things, and for any 400 hurdler for that matter, is the rhythm of your stride between the hurdles. It may look like there's a lot of space between each hurdle, but when you're running at a pace like a sprinting event, those hurdles come up on you fast, and so the rhythm in between the hurdles is one of the most important things, along with efficiency going over the barriers. So the veteran 400 meter hurdlers are able to have a consistent rhythm of strides in between each hurdle, and they'll be able to keep a consistent pace that way, and we'll be able to finish strong and expend as little energy as possible through the first half of the race and have something left.
And correct me if I'm wrong, in college I remember you telling me about, and just watching you in college, you were able to, you looked so strong coming down the backstretch, like way stronger than the other athletes. But kind of what took you from good to great, good being qualifying for nationals, great being, becoming an All-American like you did your senior year? Was it that you always talked about improving your start? So like that first 200 meters, was that kind of what took you from good to great?
Well, thanks for the compliment of good to great. It depends on who you ask and what level you're running at. But I would say what took me to another level with the 400 meter hurdles was the training that I started doing as a sophomore in the longer distance events, namely the 800 meters and even some 1,000 meter training. That allowed me to have the endurance to finish the race, and by that point it was just a matter of working on the first half of the 400 meter hurdle race and getting my technique and efficiency strong enough to have a good first 200 meters. So to answer your question, I would say the more mid-distance training kind of allowed me to have a base of endurance in order to go out hard at the beginning of the race and then have something left at the finish.
Similar to the 110 meter hurdles and the 100 hurdles, this is another very unique event that you can be a mid-distance guy and run the 400 meter hurdles. You can be a sprinter and run the 400 meter hurdles. A lot of time, and you can be a 400 guy and run the 400 meter hurdles. What's kind of the stereotypical 400 meter hurdler, Toby?
Well, like you said, it's a combination of a lot of things. Usually your short sprinters will struggle with the length and difficulty of the race. Clearing 10 barriers over the span of 400 meters is just difficult in itself. So the short sprinters usually will struggle to finish the race well, whereas your more mid-distance runners will struggle to have the speed to get out over the first 150 or 200 meters. I would say what it takes to be a 400 meter hurdler is a combination of speed, endurance, technique. Those three really are the name of the game for the 400 meter hurdles. It's a combination of those three and working hard in training. 400 meter hurdle workouts are pretty brutal. I've done many of those over my career. I've also done a lot of 800 workouts and those sort of things. So I would say that 400 meter hurdle workouts take the cake in terms of difficulty and exhaustion. Just the fact of clearing the hurdles as you're running nearly full speed is really tough. Another note on the 400 meter hurdles. For me, when I was running them, it was kind of odd that I kind of enjoyed running the 400 meter hurdles more than the open 400 or even the 800. With 10 barriers evenly spaced around 400 meters around the track, the hurdles kind of give you something to focus on as you complete the lap. So it kind of takes your mind off of how tired you are. Obviously, you're very exhausted when it comes down to the final meters of the race. But having those hurdles out in front of you kind of takes your mind off how tired you are, and you have to focus on your stepping coming to each hurdle, making sure you're on the right stride marks. And so that's kind of a unique aspect of the 400 meter hurdles. It's a little bit different than the short hurdle race in that the hurdles are far enough spaced out that you kind of have to think about your stride length and strides between each hurdle. In the short races, it's pretty self-explanatory. You're either 3-stepping or 4-stepping. But in the 400 hurdles, there's a lot of variance that can happen between the athletes in terms of how many strides they can take between the hurdles. So we'll see how these athletes
Third and final call,
tough
women's
race
400-meter hurdles.
We'll have the men
Third
first.
and final call, women's 400-meter hurdles.
In lane 1, we'll have Sean Dennis.
First call, women's 400
senior
meters.
from Friends.
First call, women's 400 meters.
Sean is a former Tabor College athlete. Actually, my former roommate as well. In lane 2, we'll have Braden Harris of Friends. In lane 3, Calvin Range of Bethany. In lane 4, the fastest seed time in the heat will be David Teed from Hutchinson. In lane 5, Noah Smucker of KC Smoke Track Club. Noah is at least he was a coach on the Bethany College staff. In lane 6, Roderick Barfield of Garden City. In lane 7, Cedric Wilson from Sterling. And in lane 8, James Lee from Bethany. The gun is off. The runners are going, and we have a scratch in lane 4. So the fastest seed time is from KC Smoke's runner Noah Smucker. He's off to an early lead. Going over the third hurdle, third hurdle now, heading to the 4th. We got a lead on Roderick Barfield from Garden City.
Who do you like the look of right now, Toby?
Noah Smucker has a really
third and final
really
call,
nice
women's
rhythm
4x100 meter
hurdles.
correction.
On the inside, also
Third and
Calvin
final call,
Range.
women's 400 meter
Looks
hurdles.
strong coming
Third
down
final call,
the final
women's
stretch.
400 meter hurdles.
Noah Smucker has a slight lead on Range coming down the home stretch. In the last 30-meter sprint after the final hurdle to the finish line, he comes through in about 55 flat, followed by Range and Harris of Friends. A great run there from Smucker, finishing around 45
Hurdle
high or
hustlers.
55
Hurdles
low.
go all the way down. Weights go all the way forward.
Next, we'll have the women's 400-meter hurdles. They'll move the hurdles down to the 30-inch mark. Still 10 hurdles to clear.
First call,
space
men's
the same
400
as
meter.
the men's.
First call, men's 400 meter.
One thing I've always really admired about these events, under 800
Results of the men's 800 meters.
As somebody who hasn't run them.
In 8th place with a time of
just
206.91 from Kansas Wesleyan Titus Reed.
Need, like obviously
In
you need
7th place
mental
with a time of
strength to long distance,
202.62 from Kansas
there's a lot of margin
Wesleyan
for error.
Damian Jackson.
Maybe drop a bad
In
lap.
6th place with a time of
get right back into it, but
206.61
these
from
short
Tabor,
events,
Ryan Stade.
You just really need
In
to
5th place with a
keep
time
locked in.
of
You don't have
2 minutes,
any room for
45
error.
seconds
You're
from
only
Kansas
running 200
Wesleyan,
meters.
Ian
You need
Doss.
dialed
In
in
4th
for the
place
whole race.
with a time of 1 minute, 58.4 seconds.
That's really
Giovanni
true, Pierce.
Rios.
There's a lot going on.
In 3rd
in,
place,
especially a
time of
hurdle race like this. You've got a
157.66 from
lot to think
Tabor,
about. You've
Darian
got your
Klukas.
block start.
In 2nd place with a
Think
time of
about reacting to the gun.
157.48 from Kansas
You've got your
Wesleyan,
hurdle technique
Brendan
to
Ellis.
think about. You've got
And the winner of the men's 800 meters with a time of 1
fastly
minute,
approaching.
54.38
You
seconds
have to think
from
about
Tabor College.
keeping something in
Dylan
reserve for
Calloway.
the finish as well.
Congratulations,
There's
Dylan.
a lot going on mentally for a race like this. We'll have the women's 400-meter hurdles coming up in just a second. We'll have 2 sections. In the first section will be Hallie West of Kansas Wesleyan in lane 3. In lane 4 will be Abby Good of Oklahoma Panhandle. In lane 5 will be Jessa Lee of Sterling. And lane 6, Mary Parks of Bethany. Fastest seed time in this heat will be Abby Good of Oklahoma Panhandle. The seed time of 1:14:68.
Again, we're here at the Tabor College Track Invitational. It's a pretty nice day for a track meet, if you're from Kansas anyway. Maybe the East and West Coasters might not like this
Hurdles
one
are
too
set.
much, but not much to complain about. It's about 54 degrees outside, very, very little wind, which is really good for these athletes. So hopefully we see some good times like we have already today.
Second call, women's 400 meters.
As we get ready to start this women's 400 meter hurdle race, we'll give you the results of the 4x100 meter relays. For the women's 4x1, fourth place, Tabor. Team of Leonard, Cox, Christensen, and Lowry. Time of 52.32 seconds. In third place was Langston. The team of Sarkeesian, Hill, Terry, and Amita. The time of 51:15. In second place, the Kansas Wesleyan, team of Connor, Floyd, Hanlon, and Rottinghaus. The time of 50.73. And taking the win today, Garden City Community College with a team of Taylor, Williams, Campbell, and Moultrie. In a time of 48:73.
We'll have the Open 400 following this race.
We'll just have one section of the women's Open 400 meters. We'll have 3 sections of the men's Open 400 meters. But up first, the section 1 of 2 of the women's 400 meter hurdles. We've got West, Good, Lee, and Parks. The runners are off in the women's 400 meter hurdles. Taking an early lead is Abby Good of Oklahoma Panhandle. As they're coming to the third hurdle of 10, Abby Good has the lead from Oklahoma Panhandle, followed by Hallie West and Mary Parks. Coming to the 200 meter mark. This is usually a point in the race where the runners more inclined to the sprints will start to fade, and the runners more inclined to the mid-distance events will start to gain some ground. As they come around the last turn, Abby Good still in the lead from Oklahoma Panhandle, followed closely by Mary Parks of Bethany. We've got a tough hurdle number 9 for Abby Good falling behind. Looks like it'll be Mary Parks of Bethany that will take the win in this heat, about 1:13. Abby Good will be second. Jessa Lee from Sterling, third. And Hallie West will take fourth. We'll have the second heat of the women's 400 hurdles coming up in just a minute.
Second call, men's 400 meters. Second call, men's 400
meters. Give you
meters.
the results of the men's 4x100 meter relay. In fifth, Bethel, team of Talavera, Hodge, Roper, and Henderson, 46 seconds 51. In fourth, Tabor, the team of Jordy Dolph, Nick Montoya, Tegan Gallagher, and Brandon Geyer, time of 43:34. Number of 400 meter runners on that Tabor 4x1. In third place, Langston, with a time of 42:31. In second place, Garden City Community College, the team of Williams, Miles, Romero, and Lindsay, at 41:94. And taking first place today at the Tabor College Invite 400 meter relay for the men is Hutchinson Community College, team of Warren, Smith, Bronow, and Seamster, time of 41.1. I also have the final results for the men's 400-meter hurdles. In 7th place, Sean Dennis of Friends at 65.71. In 6th place, James Lee of Bethany, 63.88. In 5th, Cedric Wilson of Sterling, 59.97. And 4th, Roderick Barfield of Garden City, 59.67. 3rd, Braden Harris of Friends, 57.73. In 2nd, Calvin Range of Bethany, a senior, coming in at 55.97. And taking the win today, Noah Smucker, running for the KC Smoke Track Club, coming in at 55.27. And the second heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles is off. We have
3rd and final call.
Gima Del Valle, Friends, Ashlyn Finley of Hutchinson, Kayla Petty of Friends, Williams Dominique of Hutchinson Community College,
first place t-shirts
Arakosi Amita from Langston,
in the white shed south
Esther
of the
Vasquez
concession stand.
of Cowley, and Chloe Christensen of Tabor. They're coming through the 200-meter mark, and we've got a fall out in front. That looks like it was Amita of Langston maybe going down. Sorry, I've got the wrong list of names here for the women's 400-meter hurdles. It looked like it was Moultrie out in front with the fall for Garden City. Coming in with the lead is Mariah Shaw of Friends. The second, Callie Kirshen, finishing for Wichita State. Third is going to be Taya Jackson of Friends. My apologies on the names for those 400-meter hurdlers. We had Mariah Shaw of Friends, Kaylee James of
Hurdle
Hutch,
wranglers, remove the hurdles from the track.
Moultrie of Garden City, Kirshen from Wichita State, and Jackson of Friends. We'll get you those results as they come in.
First call, women's 100 meter. First call, women's 100 meter.
Coming up in just a minute will be the women's open 400 meters.
Thanks to our hurdle hustlers today for helping us clear the track.
Third and final call, men's 400 meter. Third and final
Good to see
call,
some
men's
fast
400
times
meter.
from the 400-meter hurdlers today. It's always tough to get on the track and compete in a 400-meter hurdle race, especially when it's a little bit cooler and cloudy today. A great job from the 400-meter hurdlers showing out today at the Tabor College Invite. As they get the hurdles moved off the track, we'll continue with some results from the field events from earlier today. Men's shot put. We had in third place Brett Clevenger of Cali College, 13 meters 44. In second place, Laveris Stegarl from Friends at 14 meters. And in first place, we had Keegan Lott from Kansas Wesleyan with a throw of 14.52. That's 47 feet, 7 3/4 inches. Also in the men's shot put from Tabor, coming in ninth, Caleb Wehrman, working to improve his shot put mark as he continues
Track
to
is
compete
clear.
in the multi-events.
Our 400-meter women competitors are going to get in the blocks.
These names might sound familiar as I mentioned them before in trying to introduce the second heat of the women's 400 meter hurdles. We'll have Del Valle, Finley, Petty, Williams, Dominique, Amita, Vasquez, and Christensen.
Here they go. We were talking about the most painful races earlier in this broadcast, and I think the 400 might be a little bit of a sleeper on that list.
I have to agree with you, Pierce. It's got to be up there in the top 5.
Right about 250 is when you start to feel it.
So they're coming around the curve. This looks like Kaylee James of Hutchinson has the lead, followed by Mariah Shaw of Friends.
Doing a great job of cheering these ladies on.
And coming to the line in about 61 seconds is Williams Dominique of Hutchinson Community College.
First call, men's 100 meter. First call, men's 100 meter.
Again, Williams Dominique taking the win, freshman from Hutchinson Community College. She came in with the fastest seed time. We'll get you those results.
There was just one section of the women's 400 meter. So we're going to move on to the men's 400 meter dash where there are 3 sections.
Okay, before we start this first section of men's 400 meter dash, we'll give you the results from the women's discus throw. In third place, Chanel Chandler of Hutchinson Community College, 33 meters 49. In second place, Jenna Koopker of Hutchinson Community College with a throw of 34.05. That's 111 feet 9 inches. And taking the win today, Tabor's own Andalyn Johnson, a junior, throwing 35 meters 15. Converts to 115 feet and 4 inches. Congrats, Andalyn, on the win in the women's discus throw. She threw her 35-meter throw on her first attempt at the competition. That was good enough to get her the win today at the Tabor College Invite.
So, Toby, you got to run a couple of these types of races in college every once in a while. What was kind of going through your mind when you were running the 400?
Well, I was a little bit of an odd case in the 400-meter open race. My 400-meter hurdles time was unusually close in time to my 400 open time. For me, the challenge was always getting out fast enough. I would say for most 400-meter runners, the challenge is not getting out fast enough, but having enough left in the tank to finish.
So our runners get ready to start this race in the blocks.
This heat has Mitchell Fuller and Jack Teigemer from Southwestern, Spencer Hines of Friends, Andres Ramirez of Southwestern, Anthony Torres of Friends, and Memphis James from Sterling. We got an all KCAC first heat of this men's 400 meters, and we just had a callback at the start. We had a double gun. We'll see if we have a disqualification or if we have a equipment malfunction.
don't like to see those callbacks. Definitely throws the athletes off. How do you kind of deal with that as a runner when you have that callback?
Yeah, it's tough. When you are warming up and preparing for the race, you're always kind of psyching yourself up for that gun to go off, trying to respond well to the gun and get out hard. So when there's a callback or a false start, it's always kind of a letdown, kind of drains the energy that you've been pumping yourself up with. So it's always difficult to regain that adrenaline to start the race a second time. So they're giving lane 1, Jordan Mitchell, a second chance at a run out here to get his blocks correct. And we'll have a second go at this opening section of the men's 400 meters. We'll have 3 sections of the men's 400. Looks like there's some really nice fast seed times in the second and third sections here of the men's 400. And the gun is up for this first section. And they're off on a clean start for this first section of the men's 400. Taking an early lead. Looks like it's Andres Ramirez of Southwestern. And now Spencer Hines of Friends takes the lead going into the backstretch. Coming up on the 200-meter mark.
Results of the women's 4x100 meter relay.
I think.
In fourth place with time of 52.32.
This is Spencer Hines
Tabor.
of Friends, followed
In third place with a time of 51.15.
Andres
Langston.
Ramirez.
In second place with a time of
Southwestern.
50.73.
Inside
Kansas
is Jordan
Wesleyan.
Mitchell of Ottawa.
And the winner of the women's 4x100 meter relay with a
Coming
time
on
of
into the home
48.73. Garden City. Congratulations.
Got a strong finish here from Hines of Friends. He will take the win in the first heat, coming through at it. A solid 52 seconds. That's well under his seed time of 53.73. He should be happy with that time. Looks like it'll be a PR for Spencer Hines, taking the win in this first section of the men's 400 meters. As the second section of the men's 400 gets their
4x100 meter relay.
blocks set and ready,
In fifth
we'll
place
give you
with
the
a time of
results from the
46.51.
men's discus throw
Bethel.
earlier today.
In fourth place with a time of 43.34. Tabor. In third place with a time of
from Bethany is
42.31.
Grant Blackman.
Langston. In second place with a time of
Excuse me.
41.94.
Men's
Garden
discus
City.
is
And the winner of the men's 4x100 meter relay with a
still
time
going
of
on.
41.10. Hutchinson
In
Community
that
College.
competition, we have
Congratulations.
Aspen Jolly of Oklahoma Panhandle, Xavier Starks of Oklahoma Panhandle, Grant Blackman and Zar DeBlusit from Bethany, Jared Cruz from Oklahoma Panhandle, Jordan Vasquez, Brian Adams, and Azuzul Dunlap, all from Bethany, Stephen Rogers of Langston, Braden Pratt, Bethany, and Caleb Wehrman of Tabor. Also in the second flight of men's discus, we have Drake Steele of Sterling, Braden Blatchford of Cowley County, Noah Ragoza of Hutchinson, Hayden Wallace of Bethel, LaShawn Davis of Friends, Jacob Bauman of Sterling, Grady Bear of Hutch, Julian Winters of Friends, Jacob Cresswell of Cowley, and Chase Nash of Tabor. We'll get you those results as they come in. College meets are always difficult to get through with all the throwing events. We have the shot put, the discus, the hammer throw, and the javelin, all in the throwing event category for the college ranks. Most of the throwers do 2, 3, or 4 of those events, and so they try to not do them any of those events at one time. So they try to do one at a time, and it usually takes quite a while with marking the discus throws and the javelin marks and the hammer throws. It usually takes quite a long time. Tabor College track and field head coach Dave Croker has been excellent at running off this meet for 23 years. This is his final year as the Tabor College head coach. He's got running this meet down to a science. It's always fun to go with Coach Croker to other track meets and kind of listen to him wondering why they run some meets the way they do. And he's been doing it for so long that he's got hosting this meet down to a nice science. He's been really good at running this meet off efficiently each year. We're coming up on the second section of the men's 400 meters. In this section, we'll have Sincere Dorval of Friends in lane 1. Lane 2, Nick Montoya of Tabor. Lane 3 is teammate Brandon Geyer of Tabor. Montoya and Geyer were both on the men's 4x1 earlier today. In lane 4, Grant Ware running unattached. In lane 5, Larry Johnson of Pratt Community College. And lane 6, Tegan Gallagher of Tabor, another 4x1 member from earlier today. Lane 7, Kyrie Marshall of Bethany. And lane 8, Javon Goodman of Friends. Fastest seed time in this heat comes from Grant Ware running unattached. Seed time of 50.42. Followed closely by Larry Johnson of Pratt at 50.83 and Brandon Geyer of Tabor at 50.84. Runners are standing at their blocks. We should get a start soon. While we're waiting for that, we've got results from the men's hammer throw. In third place, Christopher Brown of Hutch Community College at 50 meters 21. That's 164 feet 9 inches. Second place from Garden City, Rhett Punt, a freshman, throwing 50 meters 25. That's 164 feet 10 inches. And taking first place today at the Tabor College Invite is Julian Washington, a sophomore from Cali College, throwing 56 feet 6 centimeters.
These guys are going to do their little routine and get in the blocks now.
Each sprinter has their own certain routine for getting down into the blocks and preparing to react to the gun. Usually involves some shaking out of the legs, maybe some deep breaths, some stretching. And now they're off in the second section of the men's 400 meters.
You know, we talked about the pain of the 400, but man, that first 200 meters, you feel like you're the fastest person in the world.
Yeah, it was really important to run fast but efficient down this first backstretch of the 400. Taking an early lead here is Grant Ware, running unattached in lane 4.
Coaches are reminded to pick up their event champion T-shirts in the white shed to the south of the concession stand before they leave.
Also in lane 5 is Larry Johnson of Pratt. Grant Ware coming down with the lead. Coming up on his left is Brandon Geyer of Tabor. It's going to be a close finish. And coming to the line, it looks like Grant Ware barely got to the tape first, followed by Brandon Geyer and Tegan Gallagher of Tabor. Looks like Ware, Geyer, Gallagher, and let's see who is fourth. Maybe Goodman. Fifth was Johnson.
Results of the men's 400 meter hurdles.
We'll
in seventh place with a time of 105.71 from Friends.
Great
Tom
run
Dennis.
there from
In
Ware
sixth place
and
with a time of
Geyer.
103.88
Down to the
from
finish.
Bethany, James Lee. In fifth place with a time of 59.97 from Sterling, Cedric Wilson. In fourth place with a time of 59.67 from Garden City, Roderick Barfield. In third place with a
Ware
time
and
of
Geyer both coming in
57.73
at that
from Friends, Braden
finishing
Harris.
mark.
In second place
Times
with a
of
time of
50 flat,
55.97 from Bethany, Calvin Range. And the winner of the men's 400 meter hurdles with a time of 55.27
We'll move on to the
from
third
KC Smoke
section
Track Club, Noah
of the
Smucker.
men's 400
Congratulations,
meters.
Noah.
In lane 1 is Kalon Namor of Hutchinson. Lane 2, Wyatt Johnson of Kansas Wesleyan. Lane 3, Marquez Cameron of Langston. Lane 4, Elisha Williams of Hutch. Lane 5, Kyle Telemarque of Hutchinson. Lane 6, Andrea Baker of Pratt. And lane 7, Omari Smith. Fastest seed time in this 400 meters. Oh, there's also lane 8, Isaac Branch, running for the Silverback Track Club in lane 8. Fastest seed time in this 400 section comes from Elisha Williams of Hutch Community College, coming in at 48:21.
This is the third and final call, women's 100 meter. Third and final call, women's 100 meter.
I believe the NAIA standard marks for the men's 400 are around 47 to 48 seconds. As we wait for this final section of the men's 400 meters, we'll give you results of the women's javelin throw. In fifth, Andalyn Johnson of Tabor, 30 meters 07, that's 98 feet 8 inches. In fourth, Rylan Hawkinson, freshman from Hutchinson, throw of 33 meters 85. In third, Lily Veer of Tabor, a freshman, throwing 35.66, that's 117 feet. In second, Mercedes Glover, throwing unattached, with a throw of 36 meters 07. And taking the win today is Jenna Koopker of Hutchinson Community College, throwing 42 meters 40. That's 139 feet 1 inch.
Our runners will get in their blocks.
In this final heat of the men's 400 meters, we have Namor, Johnson, Cameron, Williams, Telemake, Baker, Smith, and Branch. Looks like we have a scratch in lane 2 from Wyatt Johnson.
Got a nice stream of Hutchinson leading this 400-meter race.
That's right, taking an early lead. The two runners from Hutchinson, Talamake and Williams. And on the inside is also Marquez Cameron of Langston.
They're looking very strong. We'll see if they can get under their PRs, maybe even dip under 48 seconds.
This is Elisha Williams with the lead coming down the final stretch, followed by Talamake. And he's going to win this heat. Elisha Williams in about 48 seconds. It'll be about 48 high, 49 low.
Just dipped under 49.
48.85. 48.95 for Elisha Williams. It's a good run for him as he came in with a seed time of 48.21. Good to see some fast times in the
Results of the women's
heats of the
400 meter
400
hurdles.
meters.
In
First
sixth
heat
place
winner
with a time
came
of
through in 52. Second heat
120.94
winner came through at
from
50
Kansas
flat.
Wesley and Haley West.
In the final
In
heat,
fifth place with a time of 118.53 from
48.9.
Sterling, Jessa Lee.
Some nice
In fourth
quick
place with a
times
time of
from the feeder
113.51
runners today.
from Bethany, Mary Parks. In third place with a time of 111.63 from Wichita State, Kaylee Kirshen. In second place with a time of 111.53 from Friends, Taya Jackson. And the winner of the women's 400-meter hurdles at a time of 1 minute 6.18 seconds from Friends University,
In fifth,
Mariah
Chase
Shaw.
Nash of Tabor,
Congratulations, Mariah.
49 meters 83. That's 163 feet 6 inches. Matthew Lucas of Bethany, 52.58.
Second call, men's 100 meter.
172
Second
feet,
call,
6
men's
inches.
100 meter.
In third, Jack Lasso of Hutchinson, 53 meters 01. That's 173 feet 11 inches. In second place, Court Sogler.
A reminder, there will be no men's 5,000 meter race. There will be no men's 5,000 meter race.
Throw of 57.48. That's 188 feet 7 inches. And going over the 200-foot mark, Nafiu Muhammad, unattached from Cali College, 61 meters 35. That's 201 feet and 3 inches. A big throw there from Muhammad. 200 feet is kind of a really big benchmark throw for the javelin throwers. If you can throw over 200 feet, you're really doing something right.
A little bit of downtime in between the 400-meter dash and the 100-meter dash. We got to honor Coach Dave Croker earlier at the beginning of the meet. And
Blue Jay fans, yesterday the women's 4x800 meter relay team ran in the KU relays,
in the last couple decades,
finishing second with a time of 9.29.
Next year,
The women's
as
4x800 meter relay team has the third fastest time in the NAIA this year.
Coach Croker was the coach for both Pierce and I, all of our years on the track and field team. We can both attest to the great leadership that he provided as the leader of our track program. Coach Croker was always focused on recruiting a full team and trying to fill all the events as best he could. Trying to really focus on the team concept of track and field and going for high finishes in the conference meets. Experienced a number of years of sustained success over the last 5 to 6 years. Over the years of 2021, 2022, the men's team had
This is the first call,
really
women's
finishes.
1,500 meter. First call, women's 1,500
Indoor
meter.
and outdoor conference meets, the highest finishes since the early 2010s. And Coach Croker was also named the Women's Coach of the Year in the KCAC conference at the 2021 Outdoor Conference Meet. That year, the Tabor women took second place in the conference following St. Mary's. Croker also oversaw some really great teams in the early 2010s in the history of Tabor track and field. The men were conference champions. I think it was 2012. Had some really good years around 2011 to 2014. A lot of school records still on the board from those years. Had a really solid group of sprinters for the men and mid distance and distance runners. For the women, they had a really great run in the late 2000s, in the 2006 to 2010 range. Had some conference championships and a lot of good performances from Coach Croker's athletes.
As Toby mentioned, Coach Croker is a great leader. does a great job of not only emphasizing the physical competitive side of sports, but also just being a good spiritual leader for the team, and just reminding us of the more important things in life. So really thankful to have had him at Tabor the last couple of decades, and hope you enjoy retirement, Coach Croker.
I was just talking to Coach Croker a few weeks back, and he's really looking forward to being able to watch his grandkids as they compete in track and field. His oldest granddaughter is a really good mid-distance runner and jumper in the field events for Hillsborough High School. I'm sure he'll be very excited to be able to watch her as she competes through the high school ranks. We are nearing the start of the women's 100-meter dash. In this first section, we have in lane 1, Daisy Hernandez of Bethany. In lane 2, Mahaley Belimer of Cali College. In lane 3, Kayla Whitaker of Ottawa. In lane 4, Nubia Coney of Hutchinson. Lane 5, Tashayla Meyer, Hutch. In lane 6, Hope Kirshen of Hutch. Lane 7, Dia Murillo of Oklahoma Panhandle. And lane 8, Makisha Wilson of Southwestern. And it looks like that is Nubia Coney of Hutchinson Community College taking the win in this first section of the women's.
This is the third and final call, men's 100 meter. Third and final call, men's 100 meter.
Coming up in this second section of the women's 100-meter dash, Brito Hernandez of Cali College. In lane 2, Tanaya Cox of Hutchinson. Lane 3, Irion Padales from Friends. In lane 4, Tiana Ridge from Friends. In lane 5, Kylie Hill of Langston. In lane 6, Kanya Campbell of Garden City. In lane 7, Yasmi Sarkeesian of Langston. In lane 8, Joelle Terry of Langston.
And we do have a national qualifier in this heat. Tanya or Tina, apologies for the pronunciation, Ridge from Friends just hit the NAI standard of 11.95 seconds. That'll be good enough for an NAI B standard.
She comes in with the fastest seed time in this women's 100-meter dash.
And we have only 2 KCAC athletes in this section, both from Friends. We talked a little bit before the broadcast about the competitive nature of the meets this weekend. There's a lot of different meets going on. As I mentioned, Kansas Wesleyan was last night. Several athletes here actually ran there. The KU Relays has been happening this week.
Yep.
And so, yeah, this is a pretty big weekend for a lot of these athletes. Lots of different places to go. So the fact that these teams chose to come to Tabor, there's just a lot of different options. So
it is important to note that the number of teams and number of athletes has dropped a little bit in the last couple years of coming to this Tabor College Invitational. We Pierce and I both remember, in April of 2021, this Tabor College Invitational had about 30 schools come. There was over 100 entries in the men's 100 meters and the men's 200 meters. There was just a lot of athletes competing. It was a really great day weather-wise that day too. Seems to be about the height of the Tabor College Invitational. In the last 3 years, there's been, as the KU Relays has recovered from the COVID pandemic, has attracted more and more teams to start going back to that classic event up in Lawrence. Really a great meet here back in 2021.
As you mentioned, yeah, it is crazy to think about how good the weather was that year. And our runners are starting. Got...
It looks like Kylie Hill of Langston out in front in lane 5. She's going to take the win. Looks like she broke the 13-second mark at 12:78.
I think that should be our winner overall.
Looks like we had a scratch in lane 4, Ridge from Friends coming in with the fastest seed time. So Hill from Langston taking advantage of the
results of the men's
scratch
400
in lane
meter.
4 and taking the win today.
In 8th place with a time of 51.27 from Friends University, Javon Goodman.
12.7.
In 7th place with a time of 51.26 from Tabor, Tegan Gallagher.
As we wait for the
In 6th place
men's
with a time of
100 meters, let's
50.8
get you
from
some
Tabor, Brandon
results
Geyer.
on the 400
In
meter
5th place with a time of 50.76 from Hutchinson, Kaylin
women
Namor.
in the 400 meter hurdles.
In 4th place with a time of
In 3rd place, Callie
50.64,
Kirshen,
Grant
Wichita
Ware.
State.
In 3rd place with a time of
111.63.
50.39 from Langston,
In 2nd place, Ty
Marquise
Jackson of Friends,
Cameron.
111.53.
In 2nd place
First place, Mariah Shaw.
with a time of 49.86
Friends,
from Hutchinson,
1 minute 6 seconds.
Raquel
1:08.
Telemark.
Congratulations, Mariah.
and the winner of the men's
Win
400 meter with a
women's
time of
400 meter
48.95 from Hutchinson Community College, Elisha Williams.
Final results from
Congratulations, Elisha.
men's 400 meter hurdles. In 7th place, Sean Dennis, senior from Friends, 65.71. In 6th, James Lee from Bethany, 63.88. 5th place was Cedric Wilsons from Sterling, 59.97. And Roderick Barfield from Garden City, 59.67. And 3rd, Braden Harris from
Results
Friends,
for the men's
57.73.
discus. In 8th place with a throw of 129 feet from Tabor, Joshua Garcia.
First, Noah
In
Smith
7th place with a
Casey
throw of
Smith,
130 feet 5 inches
5:27.
from Friends, Tavarius Myart. In 6th place with a time of 131.10 from Kansas Wesleyan, Simeon Fagai. In 5th place with a time of 130 with a throw of 132 feet 2 inches from Friends, Jaden Rozier. In 4th place with a throw of 134 feet 9 inches from Garden City, Rhett Punt. In 3rd place with a throw of 143 feet 3 inches from Kansas Wesleyan, Keegan Lott. In 2nd place with a throw of 152 feet 8 inches from Friends, Laverius Stigirl. And the winner of the men's discus with a throw of 154 feet 8 inches from Hutchinson Community College, Christopher Brown. Congratulations, Christopher.
Looks like our men are in our blocks for the first heat of the men's 100-meter dash.
In this first heat of the men's 100, we have Jaden Hall in lane 3 from Oklahoma Panhandle. Moreo Sanchez unattached, Memphis James from Sterling, and Eddie Anthony from Langston. And that looks like Marrero Sanchez, running unattached, takes the win in this first heat.
Just under that 12-second mark.
And it looks like that was Jaden Hall, my apologies, from Oklahoma Panhandle.
Second call, women's 1,500 meter. Second call, women's 1,500 meter.
We had a scratch from Marrero Sanchez in lane 4. It was followed by...
First call, men's 1,500 meter. First call, men's 1,500 meter.
Followed by James from Sterling. Sorry, is Sanchez coming in third in that heat? The NAIA qualifying marks for this men's 100-meter dash. NAIA B standard is 10:55. NAIA A standard, 10:45. Those are some quick times to make this standard and punch your ticket to nationals. We've got 4 sections of this men's 100 meters. In the final section, we'll have a number of seed times under 11 seconds, and we'll see if any of the athletes can punch their ticket to the national meet. There's also a lot of junior college competitors in the final heat, so we'll see if they can improve their times as they move towards the junior college nationals. A quick preview of the events we have coming up after this men's 100-meter dash. We'll have the men's and women's 1,500 meters. We'll have the men's and women's 200 meters, followed by the women's 5K. And then we'll have the men's and women's 4x400 meter relay.
Runners are going to get in their blocks now.
The second heat of the men's 100-meter dash. Garcia of Bethany in lane 1. Ashley of Langston in lane 2. Minson of Ottawa in lane 3. Evans of Bethany in lane 4. Carr of Sterling in lane 5. Ford of Langston in lane 6. Eaton of Garden City in lane 7. Cabana of Cali College in lane 8. Fastest seed time coming from Elijah Evans of Bethany at 11:39. We're off in the second section. Looks like Camden Carr of Sterling took the early lead and is really tight at the finish line. We will see who took that heat. Really hard to tell. Going to be a photo finish for that second heat of 4 men's 100-meter sections.
Looks like it was Cabana of Cali, the time of 11:76.
Coaches are reminded to pick up their event champion t-shirts in the white shed south of the concession stand before they leave.
Came in with a seed time of 12:04. Looks like he bettered that by a couple of tenths, running 11:78.
Results of the women's 100 meter. In 8th place, with a time of 13.77 from Cali College, by Haley Billhammer. In 7th place, with a time of 13.67 from Ottawa, Kayla Whitaker. In 6th place,
include the men's 100
with a time of 13.28 from Langston,
kind of
Yasmin Sarkeesian. In 5th place, with a time of 13.2 from Cali College,
teams as they move
Diana
towards the
Brito
national
Hernandez.
meet in May At Indiana
In
Wesleyan
fourth place with a time of
University,
13.19 from Hutchinson to Nia Cox.
Review for you who has
In
qualified
third place
already,
with a time of 13.05,
and who
Nubia
are
Coney.
looking to punch their ticket.
In second place with a time of 12.96 from Garden City, Kenya Campbell.
In this third section of the
And the winner
men's
of the
100
men's,
meter dash,
or the women's 100 meter dash
Maurice
with
Gray
a
of
time of
Sterling.
12.76
In lane 1,
from
lane 2,
Langston,
Austin White,
Kylia Hill.
Oklahoma Panhandle.
Congratulations,
Lane
Kylia.
3, Mikkel Tarver of Friends. Lane 4, Panel Graham of Langston. In lane 5, Jordy Dolph of Tabor. In lane 6, Jeremiah Frederick of Friends. Lane 7, Logan Tyler of Cowley. And lane 8, Kendall Caffey of Langston. Freshman Jordy Dolph of Tabor coming in with the second fastest seed time in this heat at 11:18. Top time in this heat is Graham Pennell of Langston at 11:08. As we're getting set for the men's third section of the 100 meters, here are the results for the women's 400 meter dash. In fifth, Ashlyn Finley of Hutchinson Community College, 104.82. In fourth, Esther Vasquez of Cali, 63.96. In third, Chloe Christensen of Tabor, 63.94. Second, Kayla Petty of Friends, 62.04. And in first, Kamisha Williams Dominique, a freshman from Hutchinson, time of 61.04.
In this third section has just gotten in their blocks. Gun's about to go off.
And they're off to a fast start in this third section. Looks like Mikkel Tarver of Friends took the early lead, and it's going to be a tight finish between Tarver, Dolph, and Jeremiah Frederick of Friends. Looks like Frederick takes the win, followed by Tarver and Dolph. Nice quick time of 11:21 to take that third section.
This third and final call, women's
We'll
1500
have the
meters.
third and final
call,
section
women's
coming up
1500
here of the
meter.
men's 100 meter dash.
Our fourth section of the men's 100 is just about underway as our runners get in their blocks.
In this section, we've got Isaiah Sanders of Friends in lane 1 and lane 2, Gerard Lindsay of Garden City. In 3, DeQuan Williams of Garden City. Lane 4, Ezekiel Seamster of Hutch. Lane 5, Gabriel Lane of Langston. Lane 6, Trenton Bronow of Hutchinson. Lane 7, Jacob Romero of Garden City. And lane 8, Gabriel Ogundanai of Langston. And the runners are off to a quick start. That looks like it looks like Ezekiel Seamster of Hutch taking the win. And that'll be a very quick time. We'll look at the results. 10:51 for Seamster of Hutchinson, followed by Gabriel Lane of Langston. In 10:71. We'll get those final results to you as we get them.
Second call, men's 1500 meter. Second call, men's 1500 meter.
We're going to transition to the men's and women's 1500 now.
As we move the start line from the 100-meter start over to the 1500, we'll give you the start list. We're also going to preview the Tabor team outlook for the national meet coming up in May. In this first section of the women's 1500, this should be a very fast section. Hip 1, Brooke Wiebe of Tabor. I've mentioned her before with the qualifying time in the steeplechase, also part of that record-breaking 4x800 meter relay at Kansas Relays yesterday. Hip 2, Kylie Arnold of Tabor. Hip 3, Sonia Zimmerman of Tabor. Hip 4, Aubrey Bonner of Tabor. Hip 5, Adrienne Selzer of Tabor. Hip 6, Hannah Grover of Tabor. Hip 7, and Antonina Jackson, or Jakowiak from Friends. Hip 8 is Catley from Friends. Hip 9, Menares from Garden City. Hip 10, Maxfield. She won the Open 800 earlier today from Tabor, Juliana Maxfield. Hip 11, Sydney Gardner from Tabor. Hip 12, Adelia Jansen from Tabor. Hip 13, Danielle Allison from Tabor, also part of that record-breaking 4x8 yesterday at Kansas Relays. Hip 14, Janie Perico of Sterling. Hip 15, Madison Ehrlich of Kansas Wesleyan. Hip 16, Lena Rodriguez from Sterling.
Got a very deep field today, very crowded field. 16 people in this women's 1500 meters, so getting out early for these runners who are a little bit faster is going to be very important, especially for the ones trying to hit that national qualifying mark of 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
As Pierce mentioned, the 4:40 mark is the B standard. The A standard will be 4:36. We've got a number of runners that are within striking
distance. Third and final call, men's
their
1500 meters. Third and final call, men's 1500
runners are
meters.
off, starting down the backstretch of this women's 1500 meters.
If these women are wanting to hit that B standard, they're going to need to be running about 73 second laps, I believe. We will see if this turns
First call, women's 200 meter. First call, women's 200 meter.
They're going to really go for that standard that many of these runners are capable of. Looks like we have a pacer in front and followed by
results from the women's hammer throw.
Brooke Wiebe
in 8th place with a throw of 125 feet 7 inches from Cali College, Brianna Lee. In 7th place with a throw of 129 feet 4 inches from Hutchinson, Emily Schweitzer. In 6th place with a throw of 133 feet 4 inches from Tabor, Anderlyn Johnson.
And these runners are going to
In 5th place with a throw of 136 feet 3 inches from Hutchinson, Haley Burke. In 4th place with a throw of 139 feet 1 inch from Cali College,
That's kind of the
Mace
strategy
McDowell.
for running
In
these
3rd place with a throw of 145 feet 5 inches from Cali College, Mercedes Glover. In 2nd place with a throw of 153 feet 11 inches from Garden City, Beatriz Ferreira. And the winner of the women's hammer throw with a throw of 159 feet 8 inches from Friends University, Abby Gray. Congratulations, Abby.
Hit that 4:40 time, it looks like. And our pacer's doing a great job pulling them through. And that lead pack is starting to separate a little bit. We have, it looks like Grover from Tabor's trying to stay attached. But the strategy, hold on to the pacer as long as possible and, hold on for dear life, really, especially when you're trying to hit those national qualifying marks like these ladies are.
Got a pacer, former KCAC runner at Kansas Wesleyan, Tabitha Dinas, out in front, coming through 800 meters at about 2:30.
So they did slow down a little bit on that lap. We'll see if they can get back on that pace that they want to hit. Looks like our Tabor athletes are starting to close.
Results of the men's 100-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 11.24 from Tabor, Jordy
Dahl. In the lead, following our pacer.
In 7th with a time of 11.22
followed
from
by
Friends,
Ehrlich
Michael
of
Tarver.
Kansas Wesleyan.
In 6th place with a time of 11.21 from Friends,
Danny Allison
Jeremiah Frederick. In 5th place with a time of 11.14 from Friends, Isaiah Sanders. In 4th place with a time of 10.83 from Garden City, Jaquan Williams. In 3rd place with a time of 10.81 from Hutchinson, Trenton Bronow.
Coming up on 11.
In 2nd place with a time of 10.75 from Langston, Gabriel Lane. And the winner of the men's 100-meter dash with a time of 10.51 from Hutchinson Community College, Ezekiel Seamster. Congratulations, Ezekiel.
Titans in the KCAC this year, and saw a lot of success at indoor nationals and cross-country nationals. It looks like
came through 1200 about 3:48.
Looks like Ehrlich is starting to stretch out a lead a little bit on this back stretch. We'll see if Wiebe can respond. 200 meters left. Looks they are on pace for about 4:43, 4:44 perhaps. We'll see.
Going to need a quick closing time in the last 150 to hit that standard.
Ehrlich has really extended that lead, bided her time very well. Great finish from both her and Wiebe.
Looks like they're going to barely miss the standard time here, coming through at 4:42. And Brooke Wiebe coming through at 4:45.
A nice PR for, I think, both athletes. And then Grover's going to get third, it looks like.
Followed by Zimmerman coming through in 4th. Aubrey Bonner of Tabor will come through in 6th. Danielle Allison will come through in 7th. She really fell off that qualifying pace. Sometimes when you're setting out to make a qualifying standard, sometimes you just sometimes it's not the day to do it. Looks like that might have been the case for Danny, and Brooke really went after it with Madison there from Kansas Wesleyan. Really good times there from those ladies. And they will kind of regroup this next week for training and really take a look at what their best options are for the national meet.
Again, a lot of these Tabor athletes are coming off a national qualifying performance at the KU Relays. ran a record-breaking time of 9:20. That's good enough for national qualifying spot, and many of those athletes are also going to try to run an individual event as well. One athlete we didn't mention was Aubrey Banner. She's had an outstanding year, qualified in both the 3K and the 5K at indoor nationals, and she's qualified for both the 5K and the 10K at outdoor nationals. So having a great year. Showed off a little bit of speed today in the 1500. We're going to transition to the men's 1500, where we have Jordan Mitchell, a freshman from Ottawa. This is the first of two sections. Zach Tibbetts from Kansas Wesleyan.
Second call, women's 200 meter. Second call, women's 200 meter.
Roman May from Kansas Wesleyan. Landry Coble from Oklahoma Panhandle. Graham Bales from Friends. Jace Baker from Pratt Community College. Don Casigua from Garden City. Dylan Bolt from Friends. Jamel Sanchez from Southwestern. Justin Holick from Friends. Mark Corpus from Garden City Community College. Brahman Motschek from Oklahoma Panhandle. Hayden Bassler from Friends. Ryan Villarreal from Tabor. Brendan Fuller from Ottawa. Apostolo Zuniga from Tabor. Logan Dybowski from Tabor. And Carlos Flores from Oklahoma Panhandle. Another very full heat. Oh my, I didn't hear the gun, but these guys are off and running. Apologies that I didn't hear that. Looked like they came through 400 and maybe 67 seconds.
Yeah, somewhere around there, maybe 65 to 67 seconds.
I'm not quite sure who's in first, but he's followed closely by Logan Dybowski. These guys have really spread the... Oh, that's a Kansas Wesleyan athlete. Coming up on 700 meters right now. That might be Tibbetts, perhaps. Tibbetts has the fastest seed time in this section. So, coming up on 800 meters. We'll see what they come through at. About 2:17, 2:18. So it's that's about a 4:20, I believe, for 1,500 meters. A lot of these athletes, as we've talked about, have already run an event today or yesterday. You can tell kind of these guys are feeling it in their legs, but it's really good to get that experience of running multiple events in a day, and really just helps strengthen you for the event that you that's kind of your bread and butter. Tibbetts doing a good job staying locked in. They just came through 1,000 meters. Looks like the pace has dropped a little bit, but let's see if these guys can throw down a fast last lap as we hear the bell. Very spread out race. A lot of athletes in this one.
And we'll have a second section of the men's 1,500 meters coming up.
Tibbetts comes through at about 3:29. It's about a 4:40 mile pace, or about a 4:22, 4:23, 1,500 pace, I think. $200 left for Tibbetts. See if any of the backpack can challenge him. Dybowski has fallen to 4th place. Tibbetts looks very strong coming down the front stretch. Let's see if he can beat his PR of 4:18. And he runs about a 4:20, followed by possibly Graham Bales. Tibbetts did a great job of leading that whole race and finishing strong. Coming up is the second section of the men's 1500. Still trying to see the results of that last section, and we'll keep you updated on that. While Toby looks that up, in this next section, final section, we have Beimer of Garden City, Lauer of McPherson, Stade from Tabor, Klukas from Tabor, Chichier from Garden City.
This is first call for men's 200 meter. First call, men's 200 meter.
Catone from Kansas Wesleyan, Zortman from Friends, Cruz from Kansas Wesleyan, Douglas from Friends, Callaway from Tabor, Gozmont from Garden City, Calvin from Kansas Wesleyan, Gonzalez from McPherson, Ruiz from Friends, Monte Wallace from Bethany, Alvarez from Kansas Wesleyan, Schmidt from Tabor, Martinez from Kansas Wesleyan, and Cuss from McPherson. 19 people in this second section, so as I mentioned earlier, very important for the front runners to get out ahead. Talked about Dylan Callaway already as our athletes start the race. He comes in with the lead seed time of 3:57, and I know Ryan Stade. His PR is definitely not updated. The last time he ran this event was last year, and he ran a 4:03, which he's capable of a lot more than that at this point. Klukas is going to be the early leader, just like he did in the 800. These guys, looks like they want a good, honest pace. He's followed by Cruz and Stade.
Callaway sitting in fourth or fifth place right now.
Came through in about 48 seconds for 300.
The results of the women's 1500 meter.
Second lap, which
in eighth place with a time of 5:13.07.
If a couple of these athletes
from Tabor, Juliana Maxfield. In seventh with a time of 5:08.83 from Tabor, Danielle Ellison. In sixth place with a time of 4:59.7 from Tabor, Aubrey Boehner. In fifth place with a time of 4:59.32 from Friends, Antonia Jakowovic. In fourth place with a time of 4:54.21 from Tabor, Sonia Zimmerman. In third place with a time of 4:53.84 from Tabor, Hannah Grover. In second place with a time of 4:45.75 from Tabor, Brooke Levy. And the winner of the women's 1500 meters with a time of 4:42.87 from Kansas Wesleyan, Madison Ehrlich. Congratulations, Madison.
I have a feeling they're running a little bit conservatively, and we're going to see a big last lap from them.
We've got an all Tabor top three right now with Klukas, Stade, and Callaway leading the way.
That's about 2:12 through the 800. As I mentioned, I watched Derek Klukas run a 3:59 last week, and so a lot.
This is the third and final call, women's 200 meters. Third and final call, women's 200 meters.
So I'm excited to see how this last lap goes. As you can, it's always that 500 meters left is kind of when people start to go. So, and it looks like Klukas is doing that right now. So that's 1K in about 2:45. We'll see if he can really get down on that. We won't see any national qualifying marks today, but we'll see how fast these guys can run that last lap. Lucas, Stade, Callaway, top three, and a nice string of runners. And there's a little bit of a gap forming between Klukas and Stade, as he's going to come through 1200 and about 316, following his 800. And wow, he's really gotten a gap. A little bit of movement in that second pack. I'm not quite sure who the athlete and leading that second pack is, but he's starting to make a move, and we'll see if Klukas can hold on to get this win.
150 to go, and the challengers are making their move.
Yep, Klukas is going to really need to pump those arms to get this win. He's really closed hard. Not going to break that 4-minute barrier. They are going to run 4 minutes and 4 seconds. And Klukas is going to get the win, followed by a Garden City athlete.
Stade comes up to take third. Callaway will be in fifth. Lucas Guzmont from Garden City took second.
Second call, men's 200 meter. Second call, men's 200 meter.
That was a good close from those top 5 athletes with Darren Klukas. Sorry, Darren, I think I've been mispronouncing your name for the past 5 minutes. But came through 1200 and about 316. Ended up closing in about maybe a 63 or 64. So definitely was feeling that 800. I can tell those athletes are feeling that 800, but very, very solid time.
As we await those 1,500 meter results, we'll give you some results from the men's 400 meter dash. 8th place, Javon Goodman of Friends. In 7th place, Tegan Gallagher of Tabor, with a time of 51:26. 6th place, Brandon Geyer of Tabor, 50.8. 5th, Kaylin Namor of Hutchinson, 50.76. And 4th, Grant Ware, running unattached, 50.64. And 3rd, Marquez Cameron of Langston, 50.39. In 2nd place, Raquel Telemake of Hutchinson, 49.86. And taking the win, Elisha Williams, a freshman from Hutchinson, running 48.95.
As we await the results of the official results of the men's and women's 1,500, we're transitioning to the women's 200 meters, where there are 3 sections.
Pierce, while we're waiting for that, give us a little bit of an outlook on what the Tabor team is going to look like at the national meet this year. I know we've got a lot of mid-distance and distance runners. Looking forward to that meet. How's it going to look?
Yeah, so it's very exciting. Rylan Hincher has done a great job since he's gotten here of recruiting some incredible talent from small towns. Just some great finds like Ryan Stade and Darren Klukas, as we saw earlier. Dylan Callaway as well on the men's side. Those are definitely some athletes to watch out for. Ryan Stade, as I mentioned, has hit both the 5K and the 10K standards, and he told me that he's planning on running both of those. So looking forward to that. He's an All-American in the indoor 5K. Dylan Callaway hasn't quite hit the outdoor 800 standard. He might even go for the 1,500. That's kind of to be determined. But
in that 800 meters, Dylan Callaway is 1/10 of a second off of the NAIA B standard qualifying mark. He's run a 152.9 this year, and the NAIA B standard is 152.8 with an A standard of 152 flat.
I believe for the 1500 you have to break 353, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually, looks like 354 is the mark for the B standard, which is, I would say, doable for a couple of these athletes. On the women's side, we've talked about it several times, but our women's 4x8 has qualified for nationals just this week at the KU Relays. So congrats, ladies, on that. That team consists of Sonia Zimmerman, Brooke Weeby, Danielle Allison, and Hannah Grover. And Brooke is going to run the 3,000 meter steeplechase. She's already qualified for that. Aubrey is qualified in both the 5K and the 10K. Whether or not she's going to run both of those, I'm not sure. Sonia Zimmerman has been knocking on the door of the 800. She's had a really great season. I believe that standard's about 216 as our first section of the women's 200 is underway.
Third and final call for men's 200 meter. Third and final call, men's 200 meter.
Wilson of Southwestern, Lozano Cardenas from Cali, Meyer from Hutch, Singleton from Cali, Vasquez from Cali, Gay from Cali, Murillo from Oklahoma Panhandle, and we have a Cali athlete that is going to get the win. That is Vasquez in a time of 28:33, followed by Singleton, excuse me.
And to finish what you were talking about earlier, Pierce, Sonia Zimmerman closing in on that NAIA B standard qualifying mark in the 800 meters. She's run 218.5 this year, and the B standard is 216 flat. She'll be looking to knock that time down a little bit more and punch her ticket to nationals.
Also didn't mention Vance Shuey. He is he's been the national runner-up in the high jump for I think the last 3 years. It's just been very dominant, incredible athlete. I believe he might be fighting some injuries right now, but I would not count him out for qualifying. Great athlete, has qualified in both the high jump and the long jump in the past.
For anyone who knows Vance, it's always just so surprising to learn that he's such an incredible athlete. He has so much humility about him. He might seem unassuming and quiet in person, but when he steps on the high jump apron, he is an intense competitor. He's been in the top 3 of the national meet, like Pierce said, the last number of years. He went to the indoor meet as a freshman, and I believe he got 11th, and then every national meet since then, he's been named an All-American. This is his junior season. He's coming off of the NAIA runner-up, I believe, at the indoor national meet in South Dakota this year. And he has hit the NAIA B standard in the high jump at 2 meters 04. That's 6'8" and a quarter.
And his PR is 7 feet, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I believe his PR is about right here, 2:15, 2 meters 15. That's 7.5 inches.
Our second section of the 200 meter dash is just about underway. We have Hernandez from Bethany, Duvall from Friends, Cox from Hutchinson, Terry from Langston, Christensen from Tabor, Dorsey from Langston, Billheimer from Cali, and Kirchum from Hutch. And we're going to have a tight finish, as it looks like Kirchum is trying to hold on to this heat. Close finish, and it looks like we're going to have Bilmer. We have Dorsey from Langston coming out with the win.
Followed by Dorsey came away with the win, followed by Cox and Bilmar from Cali. This race will be followed by the third and final section of the women's 200-meter dash.
Our winning time was about 27:55.
First call, women's 5,000 meter. First call, women's 5,000 meter.
While we're waiting for the next section of the 200-meter dash, let's give you results from the women's 100-meter dash. Fourth, Tanaya Cox, freshman from Hutchinson, 13:19. In third, Nubia Coney of Hutchinson, 13:05. Second, Kanya Campbell of Garden City, 12:96. And in first, Kylie Hill, freshman from Langston, running 12:76. We'll follow that with results from the men's 100-meter dash. In fourth, Daquan Williams of Garden City at 10:83. In third, Trenton Bronow of Hutchinson at 10:81. Gabriel Lane of Langston at 10:75. And taking the win today is Ezekiel Seamster, sophomore from Hutchinson Community College, running 10:51. Also in that 100-meter dash for the men, taking 8th place, Tabor freshman Jordy Dolph, running 11:24.
Our runners are in their blocks for the third section of the women's 200. We've got Campbell from Garden City, Coney from Hutch, Brito Hernandez from Cali, Hill from Langston, Petty from Friends, Amida from Langston, Sarkissian from Langston, and St. Clair from Cali. Leading time in this section is a 25:40 from Hill.
So we've got 2 scratches in this race in lanes 5 and 6. It looks like lane 4.
That's Hill.
Hill taking the lead here as she comes to the finish line, and she will take the win, coming through around 26 flat. And she was followed by Brito Hernandez of Cali and Nubia Coney of Hutchinson. So taking the win today in the women's 200-meter dash, Kylie Hill will be a double champion in the 100 and 200 meters today.
She's just a freshman, so congrats, Kylie. Up next, we got the men's 200 meters. Might see a couple of athletes doubling back from the 100. In this first section, we've got Sanchez Murillo, who is unattached, Sanders from Bethany, Hall from Oklahoma Panhandle, and Eaton from Garden City. Just want to thank everybody for tuning in, having a really great time commentating this event, having a great time watching all these athletes compete.
As we wait for the next section of the, as we wait for the men's sections of the 200-meter dash to start, I'll give you results from the women's 1,500-meter run. In fourth, Sonia Zimmerman of Tabor, 4:54.21. In third, Hannah Grover of Tabor, 4:53.84. In second, Brooke Wiebe of Tabor at 4:45.75. And taking the win today in Madison Ehrlich of Kansas Wesleyan, running 4:42.87. Also in that women's 1500, a couple Tabor athletes rounding out the field. In sixth was Aubrey Bonner of Tabor. In seventh was Danielle Allison. And eighth, Juliana Maxfield. 10th place was Adrian Selzer. And 11th place was Sydney Garner. So the Tabor athletes really cleaning up. Second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. And 10th and 11th in the women's 1500 meters.
Our first section of the men are going to get in the blocks. We can see the field really start to thin out, or the
infield.
Yeah, the infield and the crowd start to thin out as the day is starting to come to a close. It's like a gentleman in lane 3.
Looks like might have been Jaden Hall of Oklahoma Panhandle taking that at 23:70. Taking that first heat. Before we start the second heat of the 200, we have results from the men's 1500 meter run. In fifth, Dylan Calloway from Tabor at 4:08.45. In fourth, Emmanuel Churcher of Garden City, 4:07.34. In third, Ryan State of Tabor at 4:07.22. In second, from Garden City, Lucas Guzmat at 4:04.83. In first place, Darren Klukas of Tabor at 4:04.66.
Great run from these guys. That's going to be some of the fastest 1500s at this meet in the last couple years. I think Dylan won this one last year in 4:04-ish, maybe 4:03. And these guys, a lot of them ran the 800 before. Good to see them double back. So we are about to start the second section of the men's 200 meters. In lane 2, we have Sawyer from Bethany. Lane 3, Ramirez from Southwestern. Lane 4, Hines from Friends. Lane 5, Carr from Sterling. And lane 6, Garcia from Bethany.
Also circling back to the Nationals preview for the Tabor track and field team. Jordan Lowry of the women's team in the high jump event is closing in on the high jump B standard mark of 1:65. She's jumped 1:62 this year. She'll be looking to improve that mark and punch her ticket to Nationals.
And we are underway for the second section of the men's 200. Leading time in this section is Camden Carr, Spencer Hines of Friends. And that looks like he's going to come away with the win. Hines with a time of 23:7:31. Good run from him. That's good enough for a 3/10 of a second PR.
Second call, women's 5,000 meter. Second call, women's 5,000 meter.
Ramirez came in second, followed by Sawyer.
Coming up in this third section of the men's 200-meter dash, we have Oliver Cabana of Cali College in lane 1. In lane 2, Jeremiah Frederick of Friends. Lane 3, Jack Tigmeyer of Southwestern. In lane 4, Logan Tyler of Cali College. In lane 5, Nick Montoya of Tabor. In lane 6, Terrence Ford of Langston. In lane 7, Tariq Shaver of Bethany. In lane 8, Anthony Torres from Friends. Fastest seed time in this heat will be 23:22 from Logan Tyler of Cali College, followed closely by Nick Montoya of Tabor at 23:25.
After the 200, just have the women's 5K and the 4x4s.
Again, circling back to the Nationals preview, Tabor freshman Lily Veer is closing in on the NAI B standard mark in the women's javelin. She's thrown 37 meters 90 this year. That's 124 feet 4 inches. She threw that at the Wichita State KT Woodman Classic a week ago, and she is about 1.5 meters off of that NAI B standard qualifying mark. She will look to improve that mark to around the 130-foot mark to qualify for nationals.
And our Section 3 200-meter men runners are getting in their blocks. A couple of scratches in this heat, looks like.
We have scratches in lanes 2, 3, and 4. Looks like Nick Montoya coming off the curve with a lead. He's going to be challenged by Tariq Shaver of Bethany. And it's Nick Montoya coming down the stretch with the lead, and he's going to win this third heat, of the men's 200-meter dash.
Looks like he runs about a 23:37.
23:37 for Montoya. I talked to him earlier today. He was hoping to go sub 23 with that 200-meter dash. Narrowly missed that mark with a 23:37.
He does get the heat dub, though.
Wins this third heat of the men's 200 meters. Up next will be the fourth section of the men's 200-meter dash. We have Larry Johnson of Pratt Community College, Tegan Gallagher of Tabor, Sincere Dorval of Friends, Javon Goodman of Friends, Chad Payne of Friends, Gabriel from Langston. We have Jordan Ashley of Langston, and Maurice Gray of Sterling. Just a quick disclaimer from both Pierce and I. If we have butchered any of your names today, we are sincerely sorry. We offer you our apologies. There's some of the names today that we know we have surely messed up the pronunciation. So we appreciate you extending grace to us as we try to read off the names on our start lists and results. We will do our best.
Great to see these teams cooling down together. It's a nice feeling to be done with the day and just a nice, easy jog to shake out the legs at the end of the day with your teammates.
Pierce, as a distance runner, for those who haven't followed distance running very closely, what's the strategy and the benefit of doing your cool down laps? What does that do for your body?
I never completely understood it. It always helped me feel a little better. I believe that the physiology behind it is that it's supposed to slow your heart rate down gradually instead of going from 180 straight down to the normal heart rate of 60 beats per minute, as our runners are in their blocks for the fourth section of the 200. A lot of times these runners just want to get a little bit of extra mileage in as well, and just get a nice little shakeout, as one would say. It looks like lane 8 is a decent lead.
Race Gray of Sterling had the early lead, and now it is Javon Goodman of Friends who takes the lead, and Tegan from Tabor is also coming to the line. And it looks like it's Goodman of Friends who took the heat win there at 23:16. Gallagher of Tabor came in second.
Really came out of nowhere in that last 100 meters.
Tegan showing his 400-meter strength with that 200-meter finish. I believe Tegan came in 7th or 8th place in the men's 400-meter dash earlier today. A nice 400-200 double for Tegan Gallagher and Nick Montoya of the Tabor team. That'll be some good training as they move towards the conference meet in a couple weeks.
Up next, we have the 5th section of the men's 200-meter dash. We've got White from Oklahoma Panhandle, Baker from Pratt Community College, Ware, unattached, Branch from Silverback Track Club, Smucker from KC Smoke, Lindsay from Garden City, Romero from Garden City, and Miller from Pratt. Our fastest seed time in this section is going to be Isaac Branch of Silverback Track Club with a time of 22:31. Still a nice 54 degrees here in Hillsboro with little to no wind. Pretty decent day for a track meet if you're from Kansas.
Pierce, anytime there's no wind on a track meet day, it's always good to offer a prayer of thanksgiving to
Amen.
the Lord for giving a great day with minimal wind. It's pretty rare here in central Kansas. Anytime it happens, it's good to stay thankful and grateful for when those days come.
And take advantage of it.
For most of the athletes today in college track and field, a windy day is not great for everyone except for 100, 200, and short hurdle competitors. Those races will always run with the wind, but every other race will have to run into the wind at some point. Also, the horizontal jumpers love a nice gusty wind. Everybody else, not so much.
Our 5th section of the men's 200 is off.
Getting out quick on the inside is Austin White of Oklahoma Panhandle. It looks like the outside lane might be Jacob Romero of Garden City. And it's now Grant Ware running unattached, coming through in lane 3 that'll take the win. Ware takes it in 22:69.
He'll be our first competitor under that 23-second mark.
And the national qualifying marks for this 200-meter event are very quick times. For the women was 24:80 and 24.65 for B standard and A standard respectively. For the men's 200 meter, B standard is 21.40 and A standard is 21.25. Very quick times that these athletes are chasing.
Our final section of the men's 200 meter dash. We've got Amperon of Pratt in lane 1, lane 2, Ojo of Bethany, lane 3, Gilbreth of Pratt, lane 4, Lane from Langston, lane 5, Warren from Hutch, lane 6, Williams from Garden City, lane 7, Brooks Davis from Pratt, and lane 8, Cameron from Langston. Looks like we will have a couple scratches in this heat as well.
Seems to always happen with the 200 meters. Seems like at every college meet there's at least 30 to 40% of the athletes in the original start list will scratch out. Happens a lot in sprinting events. If somebody comes up with an injury in the 100 meters, or if they're trying to enter in 3 events and maybe scratch out of one, they'll tend to scratch out of the 200 meters later in the track meet.
Runners are going to get in their blocks. Looks like there's three athletes.
Looks like it'll be lane 2, Ojo of Bethany. It'll be lane 5, D'Antonio Warren of Hutchinson, and lane 6, Daquan Williams of Garden City. Very quick start from Warren of Hutchinson. Makes up the stagger quickly.
This is the third and final call for women's 5,000 meter. Third and final call for women's 5,000 meter.
Reaction to the gun. It seemed like timed out perfectly.
It was all D'Antonio Warren from Hutchinson Community College coming through at a very quick time.
Wow.
21:48. For Warren of Hutchinson Community College. Takes the win.
That concludes our men's 200 meter dash. Seeing the winning time just now. And up next, I believe we're going to have the women's 5,000 meters. There was some controversy as to whether or not that would happen. The men's 5,000 meters was canceled, and I'm not seeing any of the women on the track yet.
While we're waiting to clear up the 5,000 meters question, we'll give you the results of the women's 200 meter dash. In 4th, Kenya Campbell, sophomore from Garden City, at 27:16. 3rd place, Rhiannon St. Clair from Cali College, 27:11. In 2nd place, Diana Brito Hernandez, 27:08. And taking the win, we saw her earlier win the 100 meter dash, Kylie Hill from Langston, a freshman, coming through at 26:19.
And the women have come to the track. We've got Kaylee DeAngelis from Tabor. We've got Aubrey Bonner from Tabor, Brooke Wiebe from Tabor, Danielle Allison from Tabor, and Beverline Kiptaris from Garden City Community College. And they are off already. Tabor women doubling back from the 1500 earlier today and running that national qualifying 4x8, so very full weekend for these ladies. Danielle Allison is qualified in this event for outdoor nationals last year. She hit that qualifying time at Washington University. It's been a great meet for the Blue Jays the last couple of years.
First call, women's 4x400 meter relay. First call, women's 4x400 meter relay.
10K, so it's been a good time, and Tabor's seen a lot of success come from that meet. Brooke Weavy also just comes off of a PR in this event last week at Wichita State. She dipped under that 18-minute mark. And as we've mentioned, Aubrey Banner is Tabor's sole qualifier in this event this year. She hit a B standard of 17:37. Toby, what's that standard for the B standard and the A standard?
For the women's standard for the 5K, B standard 17:40. And A standard is 17:30, so 10 seconds separating those two standards. And it looks like we have some pacers with the Tabor team trying to help out their teammates today, getting to a fast mark in this 5K.
That first 400 was about about 132, 133. We've got Brooke and Danny and Aubrey and Hannah and Sony and Beverly all surrounding Kaylee DeAngelis. A nice tight group of runners can use each other to work together.
Pierce 5K was one of your specialty races. For a lot of people tuning in, it probably seems like a lot of running around in circles for no reason. Give us the strategy and the uniqueness of this 5K race.
Yeah, depending who you ask, I think it's a really fun event. It's really just about, locking in and clicking off, or just being really consistent, I think.
Results of the men 1500 meter race.
You have a time in mind, and
in 8th place with a time of 4:11.3 from Bethany, Jackson Montai Wallace.
How you want to approach it, I think.
In 7th place with a time of 4:10.76 from Kansas Wesleyan, Tristan Catone.
Depending how you run
in 6th place with a time of 4:09.28 from Garden City, Lawson Bamer. In 5th place with a time of 4:08.45 from Tabor, Dylan Calloway. In 4th place with a time of 4:07.34 from Garden City, Emmanuel Churchier. In 3rd place with a time of 4:07.22 from Tabor,
with teammates
Ryan Stade.
In a long distance race.
In 2nd place with a time of
4.04 to have teammates with you running the
from
same
Garden
race.
City, Lucas Gosmat. And the winner of the men's 1500 meter race with a time of 4 minutes, 4.66 seconds from Tabor College, Darren Lucas.
Aside from
Congratulations,
the
Darren.
1500, this is a bit of a workout for them. But, that first mile and a half, you're feeling really good, but it really starts, as with any race, once you get about 2/3 into that race, if you're running it right, you're not feeling too good. So to have a teammate on your shoulder is super encouraging, gives you a little bit of a sense of competition as these women are clicking off, looks like 134s right now.
Results of the women's 200 meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 27.67 from Hutchinson, Tanaya Cox.
Super important.
In 7th place with a time of 27.66 from Langston, Yasmin Sarkeesian. In 6th place with a time of 27.55 from Langston, Amaya Dorsey. In 5th place with a time of 27.21 from Hutchinson, Nubia Coney. In fourth place, with a time of 27.16 from Garden City, Kenya
As
Campbell.
the Tabor women run
In third
together
place,
as a
with a
team
time
around
of
this
27.11 from Cali
track for
College,
the 5K,
Rhiannon St. Clair. In second place, with
kinda
a time of
is a reminder
27.08
of,
from Cali College,
is how much
Diana
Tabor
Brito Hernandez.
distance running has changed
And the
over
winner
last
of the women's
4 to
200
5
meter
years.
dash, with a time of 26.19
Coach,
from
cross-country
Langston,
coach, and
Kylia
track
Hill.
assistant coach Riley
Congratulations, Kylia.
and took over this cross-country and distance program in the summer of 2019, and since then the program has been totally changed. Pierce, I'm going to talk a little bit about how Coach Hinscher has really taken this program to the next level.
Absolutely. So my freshman year and Toby's sophomore year, we had I think we had 6 cross-country runners and 3 legit runners out of
Scholarship runners.
Yeah, scholarship runners out of that 6. So just to think about how
Results of the men's 200 meter race.
we were barely able to even
In eighth place with a time of 23.24 from Kansas City Smoke, Noah Smucker. In seventh place with a time of 23.19 from Oklahoma Panhandle, Austin White. In sixth place with a time of 23.16 from Friends, Javon Goodman. In fifth with a time of 23.02 from Garden City, Jacob Romero. In fourth with a time of 22.69, Grant Ware. In third place with a time of 22.35 from Bethany, Iniolua Ojo.
sprinter that had to.
In second place with a time of 22.12 from Garden City, Daquan Williams.
Finished third in the
And the winner of the men's 200 meter dash with a time of 21.48 seconds from Hutchinson Community College, D'Antonio Warren. Congratulations, D'Antonio.
And then the following year, the women, I believe, were also top 3 in the conference. Abby Seacrest.
Coaches are reminded to pick up their event champions t-shirts
qualifiers that
in the white shed south of the concession stand prior to departing.
Yeah, Ryland just really, in the span of 1 year, just recruited really well and got some great runners.
Tabor College would like to thank our starters for today's meet, Scott Henderson and Jim Cross.
Of course, we've seen how she's had a tremendous impact on the program. Her and Brooke really Tabor legends have really rewritten the record board here at Tabor.
Yep.
Especially starting their junior year of college. Been really good for the program. Aubrey, of course, as we saw, she came around, it would have been 3 years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago, and she's starting to make some noise on the national scene. The whole women's cross-country team, I can't quite remember what they placed, but I believe they were a top 20 national team. So just a very deep program, and a lot of that is thanks to Coach Hinscher.
This is the second call for women's 4x400 meter relay. Second call, women's 4x400 meter relay. First call, men's 4x400 meter relay. First call, men's 4x400 meter relay.
Also getting runners like Ryan Stade, Dylan Calloway, in mid-distance and distance events who have made their mark on the national NAIA scene. Toby, you were a part of that group as well. Had a couple of great DMRs for the men, and took a 4x8 to nationals at one point. So Ryland has really made his mark on this program, both track and cross country.
One of the ways that is evident of Ryland's impact on the Tabor cross country and distance team is the track record board. Both indoors and outdoors, the distance events from 600 meters on have almost all been turned over in the last 4 to 5 years, both with the 4x8 and DMR relays, and with the open events. Almost all of them are turned over, especially on the men's side. On the women's side, as Pierce mentioned, Brooke Wiebe and Danielle Allison have almost by themselves turned over the record board in the distance events. So it just goes as a testament to Coach Hincher's ability to build a really solid and deep roster, and really recruit and develop great athletes.
Touch on that even more. Not only is he recruiting fast athletes, he's recruiting good people, which has been really good for the program. As you can see, teammates cheering on their runners, and just a really good culture that Coach Hincher has established. Toby and I can both attest to graduating college and really, really missing that team aspect that Ryland's done a great job of fostering.
I would circle back as well to the impact that Coach Croker has had on the track team in that aspect as well, developing a great team culture of positivity and encouragement, and really focusing on the spiritual aspect of running and competing. And so both of them together, along with the other assistant coaches, have been really, really key in developing that team culture.
I believe our women just came through 2 miles or 3,200 meters in about 12:32-ish. 4 laps left. I'll be interested to see how many of them run this full distance. Doing a good job of staying together and using each other to push themselves.
It looks like Danielle Allison and Brooke Wiebe out in front, kind of breaking what little wind there is out there today for Kaylee. As she goes for a sub 25K. Dropping back is Beverly Taurus of Garden City. She's about 200 meters back of the leaders. She came in with a seed time of 20 minutes, 38 seconds.
This is eerily similar to the time trial that we had when COVID was still a thing. I think it was 3 years ago, and one of our cross-country meets had gotten canceled, and Ryland decided to put on a inter-squad time trial on the track under the lights.
Yeah.
It was just about the most perfect night, and a great time for a lot of PRs and a good team building. And Ryland is coming up on the front stretch to encourage his runners. As I mentioned, Tabor doing a great job of staying active in everybody's events and cheering on their teammates. It's a really important aspect of track and field is for the if you're a distance guy, go cheer on the throws. If you're a sprinter, go cheer on the distance guys, and it's really important for a good culture. coming up on 4K, I believe. Yeah, I think that these girls have about 2.5 laps left, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like these pace setters are gonna finish out the race. It looks like they're still on the track. Danielle Allison has dropped off, and Brooke Wiebe and Aubrey Bonner are now continuing to set the pace for Kaylee.
Hannah Grover doing a good job of sticking in there and using this as a good workout after that 1500 and 4x8. Following this event, we are going to have the men's and women's 4x4. Coming up on 600 to go. Got Wiebe, Bonner, DeAngelis, and Grover.
Coaches are reminded to pick up their event champion T-shirts in the white shed south of the concession stand before you leave.
Runners are still making their way around the oval. We'll give you the men's 200 meter results. In fourth, Grant Ware running unattached, running 22:69. In third, Ojo of Bethany running 22:35. In second place, Daquan Williams of Garden City running 22:12. And taking first from Hutchinson Community College, DeAntonio Warren running 21:48.
We're coming up on the last lap of the women's 5K. Joel is going to ring that glorious bell that distance runners love to hear. I believe that they have 400 meters left, and I think they came through in about 18:10-ish. So to get that sub-20 mark, they're going to need to run about 110 seconds for a lap, which should be well over what they can do. Coming up on 200 meters left. I'm going to guess that they run about 1940-ish. Here comes Kaylee down the home stretch. Great job to her Tabor teammates for pacing and cheering her on now down this home stretch. And a great job to Kaylee. She's going to crush that 20-minute barrier. You'll love to see the Tabor team cheering her on. It's about a 19:37 for Kaylee DeAngelis.
Huge PR on that 5K.
Congrats on a great run, Kaylee, and good job to the Tabor women for sticking in there and pacing.
Third and final call for women's 4x400 meter. Third and final call for women's 4x400 meter. Second call, men's 4x400 meter. Second call, men's 4x400 meter.
As we continue through this 2024 Tabor College Invite track meet, we're going to get you the results of
all 4x400 teams report
The
to the
men's
clerk
disc-
by the finish line.
Excuse
Men's
me, the
and
men's
women's,
discus.
all 4x400 teams report to the clerk by the men's finish line.
In third, Keegan Lott of Kansas Wesleyan, 43 meters 66. In second place, Lavaris Stegarl of Friends, 46.53. And in first place, Christopher Brown of Hutchinson Community College with a throw of 47 meters 13. That's 154 feet 8 inches. Also in this men's discus, in 8th place, Joshua Garcia of Tabor, 39 meters 32. And in 12th place, Chase Nash of Tabor, 37.92.
And Kit Taurus is going to come down the home stretch. Finish off women's 5,000 meter. He's going to come in about 21:30.
First call for the weight persons relay. First call for the weight persons relay.
It sounds like we are going to have a weight persons relay after all. That is a Tabor College Invitational staple where the the throwers get to show off their speed and hopefully not tear their hamstrings.
It's always a toss-up whether somebody gets hurt on the weight persons relay. We'll see what this has in store for us this year. But first, we'll have the women's and men's 4x400 meter relays.
Only one section of the women's 4x4. We've got Garden City in lane 3, Langston in lane 4, and Bethel in lane 5. Langston has the fastest seed time of 4:10. That's going to be about a 62 to 63 second split average.
Results of the
Before
women's
those
5,000
4x4s
meters.
get started, I'll give
In
you
second
the
place with a time of
results
21
of the women's
minutes,
hammer throw in 6th, Endelin Johnson.
29.89 seconds from Garden City, Beverly Kiptaris.
In 5th,
And the winner of the
Haley
women's
Burke,
5,000
Hutchinson
meters
Community College,
with a time of
41.53.
19 minutes,
In 4th,
37.78
Macy
seconds
McDonald, a freshman
from Tabor College,
42
Kaylee
meters,
DeAngelis.
39.
Congratulations, Kaylee.
In 3rd, Mercedes Glover, throwing unattached, with a throw of 44 meters 33. In 2nd, Beatrice Ferreira from Garden City, with a throw of 46 meters 92. And in 1st place, Abby Green from Friends, throwing 48 meters 66. Also in the women's hammer field from Tabor, Allie House came in 14th with a throw of 34 meters 12. And Sarah Miser from Tabor came in 25th at 28 meters 10. The results of the men's hammer throw are as follows. In 4th, Caleb Cresswell of Cali College, 50 meters .18. In 3rd place, Christopher Brown of Hutch Community College, 50 meters .21. In 2nd place, Rhett Punt of Garden City, 50 meters 25. And in 1st, Julian Washington from Cali College, with a throw of 56 meters 06. That's 183 feet 11 inches.
I'm not seeing the women's 4x4 runners out on the track quite yet, so probably a little bit of transition time. Four by four is a super fun event, and at the big meets, it's a very important event as there's a lot of team implications for placement, especially at conference meets. So assembling a good 4x4 is very vital to attract team success.
Usually at each meet, the 4x4 relay is the last event run on the track. At this meet, we'll have the weight persons relay as the last event. Most track meets have the 4x4 last. It's always a great atmosphere for the 4x4. Usually teammates of the runners will run across the field and cheer on their teammates in the relay. It's usually a great atmosphere for the 4x4s.
KCAC conference meet will be at St. Mary's this year. Tabor men and women should have a good showing. A couple of opportunity for some top 3 and possibly even conference champions at that conference meet, as we've talked about all afternoon. KCAC has really upped its level these last few years. It's been a privilege to see that happen. I'm privileged to see some of the athletes here today that have contributed to that.
And Pierce, it looks like for some of these 4x4s, there'll be some distance runners coming down to fill out the 4x4 teams. Pierce, you did that a number of times for 4x4 teams in your Tabor career. What's that like, finishing a long day of distance racing and coming down to the 400 to run a 4x4?
It's a lot of fun, in my opinion. It depends who you'd ask, but there's no pressure in the 4x4 for distance runners like myself, and you just get to go out there and sprint. It's a sprint for us because we don't know how to really access those fast twitch muscles, so it's just a long sprint, no pressure, so it's a lot of fun. It was always some of my favorite memories from track is when I got to run a 4x4 with the fast guys. Got to pretend to be a fast guy for a second.
One story that must be told about Pearson 4x4s is a little-known story of the Doan 4x4, and it was probably in 2020. It was in 2020, your freshman year or sophomore year? No, your freshman year, and he came out for indoor track and was building up his distance training base up in Doan College in Nebraska. Ran the anchor leg of a 4x4. When Pierce was on the line getting ready to receive the baton, the incoming runner had a mishap on the handoff exchange, and Pierce's heel of his spikes got hit, and he went to the ground. And rather than giving up and just feeling sorry for himself, Pierce got up and took off running and ended up catching a few people that were in the back of the pack and passing them, and ran a great 4x4 anchor leg split.
This is the second call for the weight person's relay. Second call for the weight person's relay.
Great to watch. A great story of Pierce's drive, and just to watch the fire in his eyes after he got spiked in the heel and then gets up and runs somebody down in the 4x4 is pretty awesome to watch. What are your memories from that Doan 4x4, Pierce?
I'm amazed at the detail you can recall that in. You're right. I mean, it was a lot of an adrenaline type of thing. You get hit or knocked down or scraped, and you get a little mad, and you just start chasing people. It was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you brought that up. It was that was one of my, definitely a core memory for me as a Tabor freshman who had actually never run a track meet, to, you know, get thrown onto a track and didn't even know how to take a hand off. So it was a lot of fun, and just to have some great teammates cheering me on really helped. You know, as we've been talking about, just lovely team atmosphere here at Tabor that Toby and I were fortunate to experience, and just have a lot of fun with that. I also learned that chase down technique from the chase down master himself, Toby Penner. Always has a little bit extra in that last 100 meters. And I'm not sure, we might be doing only the men's 4x4. I don't see the women's teams out on the track.
That looks to be the case, so we will forego the women's 4x4 race, and we'll move on to the men's 4x4. On the start list, there's listed as two sections, and we will see whether or not we still have those two sections. If they can, they will combine these heats into one section. It's always better to run everybody in one section if possible and not split everybody up into two. It's a great feeling to have a 4x4 running on the track and have a full 8 lanes of teams running. Makes for a great atmosphere.
On the flip side, if you're running a 4x4 against one other team, is not a very good feeling, especially when you're a slow distance runner who is running a 4x4 as a workout. We're gonna keep on filling up time here as we wait for this 4x4 to get started. We got fastest seed time. We'll see if Hutch actually shows up for this, but they come. Hutch A comes in at 3:17. That's about, I think that's like sub 52 per leg.
They come in with a seed time of 3:17. Around 3:20 is a good benchmark for a 4x4. 3:20 is everybody at 50 seconds. So 3:17 would be everyone running about a 49 and some change. So that would be a great seed time coming in. We also got Pratt coming in under 3:20 at 3:19. And we'll see who all stuck around to make this 4x4 field.
So I see Bethany in lane 3, I believe. And Hutchinson is also running. And Bethel is running. Bethel has 2 teams entered. I only see 1. I think I might see Garden City out there as well. And then there's 1 other team I can't quite visualize. Runners are at least standing at their blocks. We'll see if we can get started within the next minute or two. Just heard the starter tell the runners to get in their blocks. Even though the crowd is thinned out quite a bit, you can hear the supporters pumping up their first legs of this final event on the track. Of course, by final event, I am excluding the weight throw 4x1 that we'll see later. And these guys are off.
We've got a full 8 lanes of 4x4s going off here, coming out to a quick lead. It looks like Hutch out there in lane 5. 4x4s are always tough to tell who is in the lead with the 3-turn stagger.
Coaches, a final reminder to pick up your event champion t-shirts in the white shed south of the concession stand before you leave.
Let Toby
Thank you.
tell the splits when they come. Here comes Hutchinson.
This is Hutch and followed by Langston. Also on the outside looks like Garden City. He'll be in third. On the inside is Bethany coming through at a good leg. That was a very quick leadoff leg for Hutch and for Garden City. They looked to come through at about 48 or 49 seconds.
Looks like Garden City's challenging Hutch a little bit. And Hutchinson responds.
Hutch now into the lead. Bethany is moving into third.
Wow, Hutch is really starting to pump. He saved up a little bit, and he looks really strong on this backstretch, pumping those arms, striding out. Great job from him.
It actually looks like Langston coming into will be in second. Bethany in third. Garden City in fourth. Bethel will be in fifth. And another quick leg from Hutchinson. And Hutchinson has built a comfortable 50-meter lead as they come into this third leg. Looks like Langston being chased down.
This third and final call for the weight
Bethany
persons
and
relay.
Garden City.
Weight persons relay, please report directly to your
still out
exchange
in
zone.
front.
Directly to your exchange zones, please.
And we've got one women's 4x4 team running this event with the men. They just hand it off to their third leg. And here comes Hutch. They will hand off at around 2:30. And they'll have a great opportunity for a very fast time. And that's Langston in second, Bethany in third, Garden City in fourth, Bethel in fifth. Bethel has Isaiah Bartle on the anchor. Let's see if he can chase down anybody in front of him, as he's got about 30 meters to make up. Bethany quickly overtaking Langston for second, but Hutch has blown away the field. Here as he comes down the last home stretch.
A big leg from Hutchinson.
He's going to run a 58 or a 48 split to finish out this 4x4. Coming through at about 3:18. Bethany with a big last leg. They come through at about 3:29. Langston comes through at 3:32. Garden City at 3:34. Isaiah Bartle with a very quick last anchor leg coming through at 3:36. We got the second Bethany squad.
Weight person relay members, please report to your exchange zones.
And we still have the
exchange zones will be between the yellow arrows.
Coming through about 150 meters to go.
I have to say, this is the first time I've ever seen a combined men's and women's 4x4. I've seen one combined men's and women's 10K. But this is the first time I've seen any other event combined. It's a good time. Good 4x4 for the women.
Came through in the low 420s. That's about everyone at 66 seconds.
And we are going to conclude the day with the weight person relay. As we mentioned earlier, gonna hope for no injuries and a fun time for our throwers.
To qualify to run this relay, competitors must be entered in and compete in either the
Ladies and gentlemen,
shot
it's
put,
time
discus,
for
or the
Tabor
hammer
College
throw.
Invitational tradition.
Only
shaking.
only javelin throwers are not
Hamstring tearing
eligible
race
to
that's known
compete.
as the weight person's relay. The run for the cupcakes.
As per tradition, 4 cream-filled heavenly cupcakes will be awarded to the winner of this weight person's relay. Now, it looks like we have one team competing, possibly more. We see Bethany out there with a throwers relay squad. Oh, and lane 1, it looks like they're in street clothes, running the weight person's relay from a standing start.
You know, we talk about the runner or the throwers not getting injured, and the low expectations we have for this, the times of this this event. But we've also seen some very surprisingly fast throwers come out of this, particularly Dakota Whitley a couple years ago. Absolutely, he started in the blocks, probably the first time ever in the weight throwers history, and just demolished the first leg. It was a sight to see. That was promptly followed by the unfortunate injury of another Tabor runner.
That unfortunate injury came to Tabor athlete Nathan Aarons, who then barely handed off the baton to Dylan Watkins, a pole vaulter and thrower, who subsequently handed off to Trajan Smith, Tabor javelin and pole vault and discus legend. I can't remember if they won that race or not, but it doesn't really matter in my book. I consider them winners. Looks like we've got 2 squads in lanes 1 and 2 for this final event of the meet.
And it looks like for the second time in this event's history, we are going to have the Bethany athlete starting blocks. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Tabor's in lane 1.
And they're off.
And a quick start from the Bethany athlete in lane 2 out of the blocks. But staying with them is Tabor. Oh, and the relay exchanges are a little rough.
Honestly, not bad. Better than I could have done.
Bethany taking a commanding lead.
Wow, that was actually
and we will
clean.
see what Tabor has in the last couple legs, starting to make up a little bit of ground.
And down the stretch they come.
Here comes Bethany winning the weight person relay.
And I recognize that handsome man. That's Chase Nash.
Tabor comes in
and
second
Bethany wins
with
it with
Chase
a time
Nash
of 53
on
seconds.
the anchor. Bethany with a winning time of 53 seconds and 4 cupcakes.
Everyone, thank you for coming to the Tabor College Invitational. Thank you, Coach Croker, for 29 years at Tabor College.
That's going to wrap up the meet.
Please pick up your T-shirts, take your trash with you, and please drive home safely.
Thank you all so much for joining us on this stream. It's been a privilege to spend the afternoon with you. For those of you who stayed for all 4.5 hours of this, any closing remarks, Toby?
Yeah, it's just a great privilege to be a part of the Tabor College Invitational this year, and we just want to say thank you to Coach Croker for his decades of service to Tabor as a institution, and to Tabor's track team specifically. I just want to say thank you to him for all of his years of service and mentorship to so many athletes. And it was a great meet today. A lot of great performances and some nice weather. So thanks to everyone for coming out and supporting, and for the athletes for making it happen. I think with that we will sign off, and thank you for joining us on the live stream, and have a great night.